talked to her about, I'm like, why are they doing this? And she's like, I will talk.
And in that conversation, that's right. And I feel like this is and they go guidelines just prove it for us.
Yeah.
On the website. And I feel here's what you need. And it was like an infographic and it was a pretty like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, she goes, what the fuck is she doing? She didn't even know. I don't know. She just called and said, and you can send her.
Yeah.
Send Jane what I sent to Jane.
Okay.
And you, maybe we need to eliminate this. Now, let's talk to Jane because I don't know. I don't know respond to information that people reach out. We reach out and we need one single point of contact.
Yep. What day was that? Was that? I don't know what day it is right now.
We're going to do it right. This is it.
I'm afraid because if it's going to be a stir, then we need to pull out because I don't want our people to be victims. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it could be, we have to protect the operation here. And what the process is going to basically like upset the apple cart entirely. Like, hey, kids sitting there.
Yeah. Oh, I will take over. I have no problem with that.
We are going to get it done.
We're going to tell you how to
done,
make
right?
it happen.
Because you are
Yes, you would not screw up ourselves. That's my point. It's like,
Here it is. Found out it.
I'll resend to you just what I sent to Shan.
Yeah, why don't you send me that?
And I sent it with zero context because I wanted you
Yeah. No. Makes you wonder if there's some behind the scenes.
That's why it's just a random piece of
Yeah.
that I'm So here's what I sent to Shan.
Hey, man. Yep. You know what? We'll take them. Really take them. Did my email make sense though? So everybody knows. I just listed out the days so everybody knows what it should be. So if you want to update the board calendar, then I'm going to do it, but I'd like you to do it because I screwed up on it. That's why I left Stephanie for everything. I'm really good at it.
Well, yes, it did make sense. And I had already scheduled her vacation.
So Rachel, so she just went in and modified it. Did you like amend it and she just found it out and then I just
Oh, cool.
so and it might in May when Ann Holland gets a hold of it and changes this institution, we'll probably learn about it all that stuff. It may zero it out, but I don't want anybody to lose 8 hours of it. So yeah, you could go. It's okay. Show you, but if you go into your absences. You can go in, there's a thing that says like edit. It is JC. I know that's so you can go into your my absences or correct right here, correct my absence.
Okay.
You can go and do that, and then you just zero it out.
All right. I'm supposed to hand this out. Well, when Mary's being presented, but I want to do that. So,
Spencer?
Amy, here's a little present for
Oh, thank you.
The meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa for November 10, 2022 will come to order. I will begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Crow.
Here.
Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
We know that Regent Butker is here, but we'll recognize it when she enters the room. Regent Reiswick.
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. There's, next item is the consent agenda. Are there any items the board members would like to remove from the consent agenda? She didn't have any, did she? I don't think so. Is there a motion? Oh, motion and second are required to approve and receive items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Regent Dunkel moves and Regent Rouse seconds. Any further discussion? Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
I'll also note that Regent Butker is not present. Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. There is no president's report from me. And now I'd like to recognize each institutional head, and we're at the special schools, so we'll start with Interim Superintendent Cool.
Well, good morning. It's good to see all of you this morning, and I just want to thank you very much for your time. You've given a generous amount of your time to our campus. It's so nice to host you all here this week. And the next couple of slides that I have, you heard about yesterday. You're going to hear from us again this afternoon or later this morning. And so, you know, you've got an opportunity to tour our robotics area, our long hall, all the renovations, and I just really want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your support, ongoing support from the Regents. I also want to give a shout out to the board office staff, because without them, we get a lot of answers, a lot of questions answered through the board office staff, a lot of support from them, and so I just really want to recognize them for all their support. That wasn't something they paid me to do. I just really do appreciate what they do for us. And if there aren't any questions, that's really all I have. It's just really nice to have you here. I don't want to take up any more of your time. We took an hour from you yesterday to tour the facilities, and you'll hear some more from Tina later this morning. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to recognize President Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. That was so short. I don't know how I can beat that. I don't think I can. So,
Your time's up.
I'm always trying to be brief, but I'm not going to be that brief. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to update the Regents this morning. Typically, we've focused on students. Sometimes we focused on budget. We focused on our master plan. Today, I'd like to talk about research, which is something that we think about all the time and that we obviously value a great deal. And I'm just going to spend most of our time today with a focus on that. So let's get started. You can't talk about research without talking about our incredible faculty, who are really at the core of everything we do. And so I want to spend a few minutes talking about how do we attract the best faculty and how do we retain the best faculty at the University of Iowa. It's not too much of an exaggeration to say that we are in a competitive business, a competitive landscape, and everything we do is in light of our peers and working hard to attract the best and to keep them at Iowa. In the last couple of years, we've launched 3 programs that are really designed to be talent magnets to help us attract the best faculty. And I'll just talk about them each very briefly. One is called the Transformational Faculty Hiring Program, and this is something we started very recently with the idea that everybody's poaching across the big research universities, and we should be in that game too. So what we've told our deans and our colleges is if you find tenured faculty who can really move the needle in your strategic areas, come to us, and the Provost's office and the President's office will help support some of the costs that are required to attract people who are really established and who are not going to leave their current institutions without coming to a place that's going to resource their research and scholarship. So we've provided or are providing up to $1.5 million per hire in these kinds of costs. And I have a picture here of Ted Abel, who wasn't part of this program, but I think in many ways he's kind of the inspiration for it. We recruited Ted, I wasn't here at the time, several years ago, and we recruited him away from Penn. So it is possible to take people from the Ivies and recruit them to the Midwest, but it's not cheap and it's not easy. When we brought Ted to Iowa, he became the director of our Neuroscience Institute, and he's really like an Energizer bunny. He's a magnet for talent. He's already helped us recruit 20 new faculty in the area of neuroscience, and he's helped us retain 3 faculty who are on the cusp of entertaining options elsewhere. In addition to that, since his arrival, our research expenditures in the areas of neuroscience and brain chemistry and Parkinson's disease have increased about $80 million per year. So it's not all Ted, but Ted is a magnet, and he's an example of the kind of faculty that we're going to be pursuing in very strategic ways in the next few years. Another program we launched just last year is the Iowa Mid-Career Faculty Scholar Award. And this is a program that's really designed to reward newly tenured faculty who have just crossed the tenure gate, if you will, and now are going to be looked at by other institutions. So we've done a good job of getting them to the point where they deserve tenure, and now other institutions may be looking at them to recruit away from us. And so what we've done this year is launched a new program called the Mid-Career Faculty Scholar Award. Our goal is to award this to 5 faculty per year with the idea that we would prevent them from entertaining offers elsewhere, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then we've had the High Impact Hiring Initiative, the HI, as it's affectionately known by the deans, and that's a program really to help recruit often more early stage career faculty, assistant professors, get them to our campus, and sometimes the colleges need a little extra help to both recruit and retain those early career faculty. I'll give you a little more information on the Mid-Career Faculty Scholar Award. This is the 5 individuals that were awarded this year, and I'm really thrilled that 4 of them are women. I'm also thrilled that they are from all different colleges and all different areas of research, and we've now promised them $25,000 a year for 3 years to work on. They can use for research, they can use for scholarship, for teaching, whatever it is that they're working on. And I'll call out one of the faculty here as an example. The provost and I had lunch with these folks a couple of months ago, and we had great conversation with them about what their goals are and why they're at Iowa and why we want to keep them at Iowa. And Professor Charlton gave us a great example. She said, well, you know, I got this award and I just got a call last week from another institution and I decided not to return the call because you've given me this award now, so I shouldn't talk to anyone else. So we both said, good, it's working. And the great thing about this particular faculty member is she's actually the PI and director of the Iowa Cancer Registry. So just an example of her already tremendous impact at the university and across the state. This is a registry that looks very carefully at cancer clusters across the state and tries to identify whether there are areas where higher risk seems to be observed by cases. She and her colleagues have identified a potential cancer cluster in the Hudson School District, unusually high number of teachers with breast cancer in the last few years, and so they're doing a deep dive in that area to figure out if there's something we need to know about that particular cluster. So this is someone we don't want to lose for a variety of reasons, and I think we've at least tied her feet to Iowa for a couple of years. So we'll be doing this every year. There's a huge pent-up list of nominations because the award is new, but I think it's going to be a game changer for us. All right, well, let me talk a little bit about the research that we're doing. Obviously, I'm going to focus today on healthcare research, and you hear a lot about this from our healthcare experts, but I thought I would really tie it to a couple of faculty and give you an example of the kind of work we're doing. Why does research matter, and how does it really help the state? And before I give you a couple of examples, I want to share with you some highlights on our research funding. Every institution like ours takes a really critical look at how much external funding is coming in, and you always want to see the bar graph going up, and it is. So that's a really good sign for the University of Iowa. In 2022, we brought in over nearly $900 million in funding from the outside, external, state, or federal. Most of this is federal funding, and we're really excited with the number of proposals our faculty are putting in, the amount of awards they're achieving. A lot of this money comes from NIH, as you might guess, because of our really strong medical faculty and medical enterprise, but we also are really high in NASA funding because of our space physics, and we have increasing amounts of NSF funding and other agencies as well. So the good news is our research funding is going up, but it's a constant competitive landscape, and again, those proposals that faculty write are not, the success rate is low, and it's very competitive, and we're always working to support our faculty in obtaining external funds, which will allow them to hire graduate students, undergraduates, postdocs, and equipment that they need to do their research. So 2 examples of cutting-edge research that I hope will showcase how important research is for a university like ours and for the state of Iowa, quite frankly. Both of the examples I'm going to share with you today involve cancer, which is something that we're eagerly and aggressively working on across a variety of fronts. The first example here is a researcher at our university who's working on melanoma. Melanoma is the 5th most diagnosed cancer in Iowa, and this particular faculty member, Ali Salem, has discovered that he's discovered a vaccine combination that actually jumpstarts the body's defenses. He's been working on this research for a while, and he's doing right now research with mice. So it's in its earliest phases, but it's really showing great success. Over 50% of the mice in his labs became cancer-free after receiving this vaccine. And so the next step is to continue doing some animal research. He's going to move to larger animals. Mice are great, but that's just a starting point. He'll move to larger animals, and eventually, if the success continues, he'll apply for FDA approval for safety testing in humans. So just imagine if we have a vaccine that's actually going to cure melanoma. That will be a game changer, and I'm quite impressed with what he's doing. And this research was funded by the National Cancer Institute and by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So it's just one example. Another example I'll give you is concerns research on bladder cancer. So bladder cancer is the 6th most diagnosed cancer in Iowa. And another really important area because the conventional drug treatment that's used for bladder cancer is a very limited supply. So a lot of patients are struggling. Doctors can't get the drugs that have been used. And so he came up with a novel regimen that hadn't been tried before. He took 2 chemo drugs that are already available and combined them and found that 82% of the patients that he treated with this new combination were cancer-free 2 years after treatment. So this is, again, an example of tremendous kind of work that's going on with Dr. Packiam and his colleagues. And this particular drug and combination of drugs is funded by the John and Carol Walter Family Foundation. So it's a great example of not all money is coming from the federal government, and he's also received some funding from the Carver College of Medicine. When we talked to him recently, he said right now they're treating patients nationwide at least 1,300 a year. So 1,300 patients are receiving this combo, and it's looking really positive in terms of outcomes for these patients. So 2 great examples of the kind of cutting-edge research. I could go on, but I thought these were great examples, especially given the commonness of these forms of cancer in Iowa. Oops. Well, let's try something else. There we go. Okay, so I'll just wrap up by saying that research of all of this kind is really only possible with a lot of student involvement and student support. And we often think about graduate students and postdocs, but I want to spend just a few minutes talking about undergraduates who often come to the University of Iowa thinking, well, maybe I'll learn about research, but they don't have any idea that they're actually going to get involved in conducting research. And we emphasize that because we know it's such a powerful experience. And we have something in our at our institution called iCrew. It's a Center for Research for Undergraduates, and about 1/3 of our undergraduates are engaged in research projects at any one time, which is a pretty large number when you think about that we have roughly 20,000 undergraduates, and 1/3 of them are involved in research. iCrew helps support those efforts. Students can come to iCrew and learn about the kinds of research activities that are available. They can receive some mentorship. They can, in some cases, apply for internships or scholarships. So it's a great center for them, and they also get support in terms of how do I talk about this research, how do I build it into my resume as I think about leaving the university. So it's kind of a one-stop, and it turned out to be very important. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of some students that have been involved in research just to concretize it a little bit. Here's Chantel Graff. She's a neuroscience major from Dubuque, Iowa. And she says, research involvement has been absolutely critical for developing my skills as a student and neuroscientist. I have had the ability to enhance my critical thinking skills and apply classroom material to real-life scenarios. You might wonder what the heck she's working on. She's doing research that focuses on the neural circuits involved in crucial life functions such as sleeping and breathing and appetite and even thermoregulation. And she is clearly interested in graduate school, but she's doing the kind of work now that will make her even more competitive in terms of her future. Here's a little less obvious example, just so that you know that it's not just our STEM students who get involved in research. This is Spencer Cooper Ohm, who's an economics and English major, an interesting combination. And he says, I came here knowing that I wanted to go to law school, and I kind of half-heartedly wanted to do economics. I ended up with 2 majors, a research position, and I'm still on the initial track that I wanted to be on. His research actually focuses on the long-term effects of U.S. laws that provide access to a drug that is life-saving in cases of opioid overdoses. So he's taking his law interests, combining them with our health interests, and really looking at policy issues at the national level. So great examples of undergraduates involved in research, and I could go on with undergrads and postdocs, but I think I'll end now and see if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? Oh, wait a second.
I just
Jim.
make a comment. I love your effort
Regent
on the
Lindenberg.
recruiting and retaining of staff. It seems like in hiring so many times, the pools that you have to work with are with people that are running from something. They've sought you out for a reason, but I think to proactively go after those people, I think that's really a smart move, and it's great that you're following through on that.
Thank you, Regent Lindermeyer. Yeah, it's, sometimes people complain about retention as well, and I always say, you don't want to be in an institution where you don't have any retention problems, but retention problems take up a lot of our time, and so we're trying to be as proactive as we can, both on the recruitment and on the retention side.
Thank you, President Wintersteen. Oh, excuse me, President Wilson. At this time, we'd like to...
Sorry, can I was going to introduce Jamie Jorgensen, who just arrived, and he just drove here from Iowa City. So if you don't mind, can I just briefly introduce our new VP for Legal Affairs and General Counsel. He started September 30th, so I don't know how many of you have met him, but you will get to know him really well. He came to us from Hush Blackwell, where he was senior counsel and worked on a broad range of higher ed issues dealing with compliance and labor and employment. Before that, he was chief of staff and chief legal counsel at Pitzer College, which is part of the Claremont College Consortium. And before that, he was at the University of Iowa. So we've brought him back home after he strayed away for a while and got lots of great experience. He earned his JD from the University of Michigan and his PhD from the University of Iowa. So not very many members of legal counsel have both a JD and a PhD. And he got his undergraduate degree from Iowa State. So I have to share that with us. So he's part of the Regents system in the truest way. There's no way, of course, to replace Carol Reasoner, but Jamie's been with us in a very short time, and he's already made a huge impact. So I just wanted to make sure that you got introduced. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize President Wintersteen.
Well, good morning, everyone. As always, it's a pleasure to be here to give you an update on Iowa State University. Let's see. First, we're very pleased to share with you a new option we have for our students in mental health care. We just launched a free telehealth counseling service in partnership with the Virtual Care Group. These services include virtual individual therapy and on-demand crisis counseling, services for students participating in National Student Exchange or internships or study abroad can also be part of this program. It's available 24/7 in addition to the services that we already provide through Teelan Student Health Center and our counseling services. We all know that mental health is a concern for our students. We've been talking about this in numerous meetings and discussions, and of course, Iowa State is no different. So it's a key priority for us to try a new approach, and we think that this mental tele-counseling approach will truly make a difference for our students. The next initiative that I'd like to update you on is Iowa State Online. This is a major campus-wide effort to restructure online education into a single unit known as Iowa State Online. It's a seamless, integrated unit that will result in the economy of scale, consistent brand and quality standards for course design and delivery, and new program and marketing development strategies to better serve all of our students. The effort is responsive to the recent review by the Board of Regents, Distance Education Task Force, and our own online learning strategy task force. It's also one of the initial projects to launch under our new strategic plan. This approach will allow us to pursue new opportunities in online education for undergraduate and graduate programs, degree completion programs, and help professionals develop additional skills to meet the needs of Iowa employers. We look forward to the full launch of Iowa State Online in January. We continue to expand our very vibrant innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem at Iowa State. In fact, on Sunday, Iowa State won the Innovation and Economic Prosperity Award from the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. We are one of 3 awards presented in this area, so it's fun to stand on the stage and have Iowa State be recognized for the work we do in innovation and entrepreneurship. Well, our Start Something Network is a campus-wide effort to package together our growing portfolio of academic courses and activities offered in every undergraduate college and through the Papa John Center for Entrepreneurship, all being related to innovation and entrepreneurship. We're putting all these courses and activities under the Start Something umbrella. And we recently launched a new central website to make it easier for our students to explore what's available in every college and how they may want to participate. This program, along with the technology, equipment, and resources available through the Student Innovation Center, which I believe all of you have seen, right? Could I just have a showing of hands? That's okay. Really represent the breadth of the exciting opportunities available to our students as they pursue the use of their creativity and really explore innovation. I want to share a few examples of how our students are taking advantage of these opportunities. Pictured here is the Iowa State Go Fly team, led by Kushi Kapoor, who is a senior in aerospace engineering. She's pictured here in the front left of the slide. Her team is developing an all-electric medevac vehicle. You see a close-up of their prototype. The goal of this vehicle is to be able to take off and land in very tight spaces where other emergency vehicles can't access, like a ground ambulance or even a helicopter. And the team was able to design and build their prototype using the Student Innovation Center's electronics, textiles, and 3D printing maker spaces. Another great story is that of Isaac Bradford, shown here. He's a junior in Ag and Biosystems Engineering. He started a company called Filtraponics. The concept for this company involves creating an aquaponics system to grow plants and crops in water. It includes an educational component related to ecology and sustainability. He's been able to develop his company through the Start Something in the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences and the SciStarters Summer Accelerator Program. Over the summer, he had an internship with Farm Tech, a company that sells farm equipment, including supplies for hydroponic growing. And he worked in their greenhouses, demonstrating the hydroponic equipment, and was able to learn more about sustainable farming practices. Well, innovation and entrepreneurship opportunities aren't just for students. Our faculty are tapping into a variety of programs and resources at Iowa State available to help them translate their research and innovation to the marketplace. Pictured here is Ling Zhang. She's an assistant professor of apparel, events, and hospitality management. She's developing a new line of maternity and nursing garments and plans to launch her own company to get her products on store shelves. Her designs are based on extensive research, including a survey of 1,300 nursing mothers, which revealed significant gaps in the maternity garment industry. Dr. Zhang has been able to also tap into the programs and resources you see listed here to advance her research, to develop prototypes, and to file a patent for 3 of her products. She was awarded a $50,000 from the Regents Innovation Fund and currently is a member of the ISU Startup Factory to develop a commercialization plan, and she plans to seek opportunities for additional capital. One of the aspirations of our strategic plan is to be the most student-centric leading research university. And one key way to advance this goal is by fostering more opportunities for undergraduate research in the laboratory, in the field. The two undergraduate students pictured here are working in the research lab of Dr. Don Sakaguchi. He's a professor of genetics, development, and cell biology, and is part of Iowa State's Nanovaccine Institute. The students are part of a team testing different structures that could be used to help patients recover from traumatic nerve injuries. Bridget McGovern, a sophomore in biology, is pictured here looking through the microscope. Behind her is Abigail McGovern, a senior in microbiology. Abigail is using the microscope to look at what are known as mini brains. These are spheres containing hundreds to thousands of neural stem cells that can differentiate into nerve cells. The students collect these cells to seed gelatin scaffolds. They then test the scaffolds to determine which are best designed to stimulate nerve regeneration. Can any of you imagine doing that as an undergraduate? I certainly didn't do anything like that. So you can see the quote from Abigail up here. She says her experience in the research lab is about more than learning technical skills. She's learning how to design experiments and solve problems. Great example of two wonderful undergraduates at Iowa State. It's incredibly gratifying to see our Iowa State graduates flourish in their careers. I traveled to eastern Iowa a few weeks ago for a community visit to Rada Manufacturing in Waverly, Iowa. Pictured here is Margaret Monson, Director of Operations at Rada. She graduated from Iowa State in 2016 with a degree in Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering, and she's put her degree to work. Rada is a leading manufacturer of aluminum-handled cutlery and kitchen utensils. When Margaret started at the company 6 years ago, their newest machine was from 1992. Most of the machinery was from the World War II era. Margaret used her knowledge and skills as an IMSE graduate to help improve operations, developing a new packaging system, modernizing many processes, and helping make the company overall more efficient. Rada also partners with Iowa State Cirrus, which has helped the company enter new markets, including direct sales and online retail, leading to more than $1 million in new sales last year. Margaret continues to stay connected to her home department at Iowa State. She's currently partnering with IMSE students on 2 capstone projects. The students are getting real-world experience, hands-on experience, really, in developing solutions for how a company can package, store, and move product more efficiently on the production floor. Margaret Monson, making a difference in Iowa manufacturing. Next year, 2023, will mark the 100th anniversary of the tragic death of Jack Trice. Jack was the first Black athlete at Iowa State University, and in 1922, he was there as a student in animal husbandry. Last week, we had an opening ceremony to commence what will be a year of programs, events, and activities to honor Jack Trice. The opening ceremony was held, and it featured the dedication of a major new art installation titled Breaking Barriers. This sculpture was created by internationally known artist Ivan Di Pena. It features bronze cleat prints in the concrete leading up to the form of an offensive lineman representing Jack Trice. You can actually walk through the sculpture and walk in Jack Trice's footsteps, representing how he broke barriers, both as a student athlete and also as a student in the classroom. In partnership with the City of Ames, we also unveiled the new street name, Jack Trice Way. We renamed the section of the road that runs just north of Jack Trice Stadium. And the city also shared an official proclamation declaring the year-long commemoration of Jack's life and legacy. There will be many other events and programs throughout the year, including a lecture series and a university museum's exhibition, leading up to the 100th anniversary of his death on October 8th of next year. And you can learn more about Jack Trice at the website jacktrice100.com. The planning for this year-long commemoration has been several years in the making. And I want to recognize the extraordinary leadership of Senior Vice President Toya Younger, who is the chair of the Jack Trice Commemoration Committee. The committee did a phenomenal job of putting together what is truly a very important memorial for Jack Trice and for his commitment to his family and to Iowa State. To end my presentation, just a beautiful photo of campus and what it's been like this year. Just really an extraordinary semester with everyone coming back, enthusiasm to be in the classroom and to be engaged in activities outside of the classroom as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions about my presentation or any topics.
Regent Butker.
Thank you for your presentation. It's always great to hear all of them. Is there a book coming out about Jack Trice that I want to get, and what is that title and where can we get it?
So there is a new book about Jack Trice. There's been several books written about Jack Trice, and the new book is available at the Iowa State University bookstore. So I think if you just went to the book site, Regent Butker, you'd be able to order that.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great.
Any further
Thank you.
questions? Thank you. President Nook.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you again and have the opportunity to talk a little bit about the University of Northern Iowa and some of the activities that are going on there. Today I want to talk about a week's worth of celebrations that occurred back during the first week of October on our campus. On October 7th, we officially launched the Our Tomorrow, the campaign for you and I. This is a $250 million campaign raising funds in 4 different unique areas that we call the pillars of the campaign. These include access and success for our students, engaged learning to support some of the learning opportunities that students have outside of the classroom and inside the classroom, support for programs and faculty, and finally, support for 3 to 4 iconic spaces on our campus. We began this celebration on Thursday, October 6th, by pouring new bells, 7 new bells for the Carillon in the Campanile. The Verdine Bell Foundry on wheels came to campus. We parked them at the very base of the Campanile, and on Thursday night poured bronze into 7 molds to form 7 new bells for the Campanile. There will be 2 additional bells poured as well at the Cincinnati plant, for a total of 9 new bells for the Campanile. The 2 that are being poured in Cincinnati were too large to be poured in a mobile foundry. These 2 will be 2 of the largest bells in the Carillon. Our largest bell is known as the President's Bell. It's a little over 5 feet in diameter and weighs a little over 5,000 pounds. These 2 larger bells that are being poured in Cincinnati will be they'll be between 4 and 4.5 feet in diameter and weigh well over 4,000 pounds. The 7 bells that were poured on campus aren't anywhere near that large. You can actually hold them comfortably in your hands. In addition to what this will do with the 9 total new bells, it really will complete the lowest octave in the Carillon range and give us 4.5 octaves in the Carillon, which will make it much easier to play the instrument and open up a whole bunch of new music for our carillonneurs to play. We have a student Carillon Guild that plays the Carillon regularly on our campus, and occasionally we bring in professional carillonneurs to play, including the night that we poured the bells. In addition to the 7 bells for the Carillon that were poured, we also poured that evening the commemorative bell. In 2026, the university celebrates its 150th anniversary. The Our Tomorrow campaign is scheduled to complete in 2026. We poured then the commemorative bell to commemorate the 150th anniversary. It's now in storage, and we're looking at exactly how we will display it ultimately and how it will be used. You can see the picture on the right side is what it looked like just as it came out of the mold before it was all polished up. The picture on the left is after polishing and then painting. It is a unique design that includes all 4 of the university seals throughout our history. And around the very top, if you look close, what they put around the top for the banding is a set of opening books, which is very appropriate for any university, but especially one where this bell will be right next to the Rod Library. In addition, on the next night, we formally launched the campaign, Friday, October 7th, with a large celebration on campus that included Michael Cavanaugh and his band. Michael Cavanaugh is an award-winning Broadway performer. He was the lead in Moving Out, a Billy Joel production on Broadway, ran for 8 years. It was tremendous to have him there, to have everybody outside. It was a little bit of a chilly evening, but to officially launch the campaign in a large celebration in the middle of our campus. One of our guests that evening to actually announce how much had already been raised was Kurt Warner, an alum of the University of Northern Iowa, Super Bowl 34 MVP, and he is the only native Iowan and the only graduate of an Iowa university to be a Super Bowl MVP. This was just a tremendous evening. While our goal is $250 million, at this point, well, as of the end of September, we had raised $187.5 million towards that goal already, so we were 70% of the way there. To put this into perspective, our last campaign raised $150 million. The campaign before that, about $100 million. So our goal is as large as the last 2 combined. For a university like ours, this is an incredible goal. At universities like us in the Midwest, regional comprehensive universities, typical endowments are $50 million or less. Our current endowment is over $170 million. We're seeking to raise $250 million. It really is a comment and a compliment to our alums, to our donors, to our development team, to our faculty and staff that have maintained such strong connections to alums, have built connections to people who aren't necessarily our alums, but see the value of UNI and want to invest in the programs, want to invest in our students, invest in our faculty, and invest in the buildings and the sites that are on our campus. To be able to see what is going on our campus and put it in perspective of other regional comprehensives really is mind-boggling. It is tremendous to see what is happening and has happened on this campus. I want to thank Jim Jermeyer, our Vice President for Advancement, for the work that he's done to lead the team in fundraising to build this campaign so that we have a really reasonable shot at reaching the $250 million goal, actually exceeding it. And I also want to thank Hillary Oberly in our advancement office as well, and Steve Kerrigan of the Gallagher Bluedorn Performing Arts Center. They're the 2 people that really organized this celebration of the launch of this campaign, the Our Tomorrow campaign. It really was a tremendous celebration on our campus. On Saturday then, we had our homecoming parade, and this theme was the 70s, that 70s homecoming, which I could relate to since I graduated from both high school and college in the 70s. It was fun to return and relive those a little bit. And if you look closely, you'll see that BCS is on the front of this. This is a float wrapped around a golf cart by Randy Pilkington and his crew in the Business and Community Services program. If you look closely, I think you can see Randy might be the one driving that cart. In addition, our international students turned out for the parade as well. Parade route ran through downtown Cedar Falls. We had about 9 blocks of parade, and it was packed several rows deep through downtown, people sitting in businesses as well, especially restaurants looking out the windows. It really was a great way to pull our community and our university together. One of the reasons I chose to show the international students is this was really moving to our international students. To see how a culture in particular our culture, celebrates. It is, you can tell a lot from a culture, from a civilization, a society, in what they choose to celebrate and how they choose to celebrate it. They were very impressed with what we came together to do and to celebrate our history as a university, to celebrate fall, to celebrate our community and bringing us together. And it really meant a lot to these students to be able to be a part of that and to see more than 80 different groups put together floats or entries into this parade. Some of them were university entities, many of them were community entities. But to see that gathering and the support for this university from the surrounding community, not just Cedar Falls, but the surrounding communities, was really moving to see for all of us. But it was a great weekend as we celebrated both the launch of the campaign, but also homecoming and welcoming alums back to campus. Earlier in that week, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Black Student Union, and I want to talk a little about the two individuals that are pictured in this slide. Pernell Caesar is a 2010 bachelor's degree in marketing from the University of Northern Iowa. He went to work initially with Target, helping them with marketing and developing several marketing campaigns in the clothing area. Pernell is originally from Gary, Indiana. Grew up in a poor back neighborhood in that city, was able to come to UNI. After working for Target for a little bit, he teamed up with a childhood friend, also from Gary, to create Black and Bold Coffee. Black and Bold Coffee is located in Des Moines, and if you want to really treat yourself, go and visit their roastery. It is a wonderful place to walk into. You won't need caffeine the rest of the day. You can inhale it inside their building as they're roasting coffee. But they've built a remarkable business around roasting coffee. They are now the coffee of choice. They are now the official coffee of the NBA. They sell through Target, Hy-Vee, and several other outlets. They are socially conscious and return 5% of all profits to building community. And a lot of that goes to building community in Des Moines and in Gary, Indiana, but also in anywhere around the state where there is a need to support, especially young people growing up, and give back to those communities so that they can grow those communities stronger and help those students, those young people, grow as well. I should also point out that Pernell was the president of NISG when he was on our campus as well. Cortland Butts graduated in 2002 with a master's degree in educational technology and media. He's got his undergraduate degree at Florida A&M and came to UNI and worked as a project director as a graduate student for Camp Adventure Child and Youth Services. Camp Adventure was a program on our campus that worked with the military and provided activities and support services for youth stationed in overseas military bases. And in particular, he had the opportunity to work with groups in Spain and Japan and China. After graduating from UNI, he worked for a while as an assistant professor at Spelman. He served as the director of as an NGO, the Pacific Education Group, and he is the founder and currently works as president of Life Guardian Worldwide, LLC, which is a group to, again, help young people grow and learn their place in the community. He also worked for the Gretchen Everhart School for Exceptional Children, where he learned American Sign Language so that he could work with some of the students that were there. He also learned other communication techniques, but through all of this work with students, whether it's in Camp Adventure, the Gretchen Everhart School, what he recognized is the absolutely critical benefit of parental engagement and the necessity of community outreach programs to build healthy children and healthy communities. Both of these students talked, though, about their work at UNI and the importance of the Black Student Union to them. Cortland was also the president of the Minority Graduate Student Association while he's on campus. What they talked about was the importance of having an affinity group, people that they could talk to, people that would understand where they were coming from. And for both of them, BSU provided that. For Cortland, the Minority Graduate Student Association provided that. It is important for us to recognize the place that student life professionals play on our campuses. We do spend a lot of time talking about faculty, and rightly so. They are the center of what happens on our campus. But student life professionals are the ones that often connect the students to the campus in a very important way, help them find a real home on the campus. These affinity groups, whether it's Black Student Union, whether it's a program that connects the chemistry club, students in chemistry, our rugby team, which is run through student life as well. All of these affinity groups help these students connect to each other and better connect to the university and grow the UNI family, grow our university families. So I want to really just take a moment and say congratulations to Black Student Union on our campus. 50 years is an incredible run, and they really have made such a difference in so many Black student lives on our campus, keeping them connected to our campus, making sure that they stayed connected and actually received a degree. Without Black Student Union, many of them would not have stayed without that ability to connect. That's also true of many of our other student organizations. They have such a tremendous impact on the students feeling a sense of belonging, feeling a sense of place, and feeling welcome on all of our campuses. With that, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Are there any further questions, President? Thank you. We're scheduled for a break, I believe, aren't we? And, yeah, so let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll try to keep up with a little ahead of time. 10 minutes? Is that right? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll resume our meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce Jason Pontius, Associate Chief Academic Officer from the Board Office, who will make the presentation and introduction.
Thank you, President Richards and members of the board. I'm going to deviate a little bit from my typical script for covering the enrollment report. I am going to talk briefly about some of the enrollment trends we've been seeing over the past year, but I'm also going to delve into some enrollment mysteries that we've been working with some cross-agency groups to try to solve. Two of those members were going to be here today. A member from Iowa College Student Aid was unable to be here. He had to be on the other side of the state. And then our person from Iowa Department of Ed developed a fever yesterday. So we're going to fill in very nicely. I am joined, however, by another member of our group, Claire Lewetsky, who is a practicum student in the board office and a second-year graduate student at Iowa State University. And she's been a fantastic addition to this group and also to the board office. We like her quite a lot, even though she's from Minnesota. So.
It's tropical here, so.
So to start, what you probably have already seen in your reports, and it's been in the press, the overall region enterprise is down 1.3% from last year. There was some growth at the University of Iowa, but 3% decline at UNI and about 2% decline at Iowa State. And it seems like a cheat sometimes to talk about graduation rates, but I've seen the graduation rates and the preliminary data for the report you'll see in February. We have continued and persistently grown our four-year graduation rates at our universities, and that does play a factor. I mean, there are other things like international students declines that have been continuing over the last number of years that are contributing to this number as well. A bright spot, and one of the areas where you want to see growth, is in your new first-year undergraduate enrollment. You can see for both Iowa State and Iowa, the last 2 years have shown some really nice growth in that area. And though University of Northern Iowa is down this year, they had grown for the 2 previous years. I want to talk a little bit as well about the future of enrollment. It's not an easy thing to predict, but we do have some pretty good data that we can use to kind of get a rough idea of what things are going to look like going forward for our universities. I'm going to focus on our Iowa high school graduates in this particular case. I'm combining some data from a group called WICHE that uses K-12 data from all the different states to kind of look at what the future trends are going to be for enrollment. We have then applied like Graw's methodology. Graw, who did a study on kind of the birth dearth, the enrollment cliff, and applied college-going rates by race ethnicity to be able to see where we're expected to go in the future. So the white areas are the actual numbers, kind of more of the grayscale areas are the predicted numbers going forward. We are expected to see some growth in the next few years. Starting around 2025 is when the enrollment cliff that you've heard so much about is kind of hits. It is not a big factor in Iowa. We see similar trends in the state of Minnesota. But there are neighboring states like Illinois and Wisconsin that are expected to see some drops in their overall high school graduates. Now, whenever you're making a prediction like this, you have to make some assumptions. And the assumption here is that the rate of high school students that are going to college stays the same. Like you pick a number and they kind of project going forward. The problem here is, and this is the mystery that we've been trying to investigate, is that those rates have been dropping. And they've been dropping even before COVID.
So not only do we see enrollment into post-secondary education within 1 year of high school graduation decrease, Iowa High School's graduates' intent to enroll in college has also decreased. From 2011 to 2012, we see that around 80% of students intended on going to college, while only 69% actually enrolled. In the 2018-29 numbers, we see that around 77% of high school graduates intended on going to college, while only around 64% actually enrolled. Now, like Jason mentioned, post-secondary enrollment within 1 year of high school graduation has declined across the nation. Surrounding states have seen similar or worse declines to that of Iowa. This is important to recognize as we look at the future of our out-of-state students attending Iowa State post-secondary institutions. Furthermore, enrollment decline is not equal at all colleges. Community colleges, which enroll the largest number of high school graduates and are the least expensive option, have seen an 11% drop pre-COVID since 2011-2012. Private four-year institutions have seen similar drops to that of community colleges, while four-year public institutions have seen a decline since 2015-2016, but are still above the 2011-2012 enrollment numbers. So the brief that we released also explored what does not seem to explain the decline. We noticed post-secondary enrollment decline is not due to a drop in number of high school graduates. Iowa public high school graduates have actually increased, while post-secondary enrollment within 1 year has decreased. Furthermore, students' preparation for college does not seem to be a factor in the enrollment decline. The proportion of students who have taken a college course, a CTE concentrator course, or who have taken a rigorous high school course load has increased. We do, however, note that FAFSA completion rates have dropped 1 percentage point.
As we try to explore some of the factors that are leading to this kind of decline in the college rate, I'm going to have you focus on the bars at the bottom first. What you're seeing, the darker bars are showing the college-going rate for students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch while in high school. The lighter blue is showing those who do not qualify for free and reduced price lunch. There has been a pretty persistent, about 30-point gap between those two populations. And that has shifted a little bit, but even in our statistical models, that was not, the difference is not significant. That has really not changed over time. What has changed is more of our high school students in the state of Iowa qualify for free and reduced price lunch. So more are coming from that category of lower college-going rates. Similarly, we're also, when we look at race and ethnic minority, there has been a gap. That gap has been persistent, but it has not gotten worse. However, as a state, we are becoming more racially and ethnically diverse. If you go back 20 years, the 9% of K-12 in Iowa identified as being from a racial or ethnic minority group. Last year, it was 26%. So we've got a lot of squiggly lines here, but we're looking at the intersection of sex, free and reduced price lunch, and race ethnicity. If you can see from kind of left to right, if female students are more likely to have a higher college-going rate than male students, non-free and reduced price lunch students have a higher college-going rate than those who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. When you look at the statistical models, these differences by race ethnicity go away. Instead, what is creating those differences is certain populations are taking more rigorous classes in some cases, or are making the additional step to make preparation for college, like filling out a FAFSA or showing general intent to go to college. I would like to point out in the far right-hand column, the line in purple. This was a surprise to us. The population here that has the lowest college-going rate are white males who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. Now, intent data is not, as you saw earlier, does not equate to actual behavior in many cases, but it has shown to be relatively predictive. The general direction of intent seems to also kind of match the general direction of enrollment. We talk to school counselors. Some of the things we'll hear is like, well, they're going into apprenticeships. And while there is a growing number of students going into apprenticeships, and we have only been tracking that for up until recently, that's only 1% of the population in 2020, 2021. You also hear folks saying, like, well, they're probably going into the military, but the intent data for military has been going down over time as well. I use this just to highlight. You can see that while the intent data does not match the actual enrollment, it does give you a rough idea of where the direction is going. Now, the one area that you do hear a lot of is employment. Wages are up. It's easy to find a $15 an hour job, and that's generally seen as being the explanation for why this is happening. And in fact, you look at the intent data, and that has been going up over time. We've gotten a preview from our folks over at the Department of Ed who they collect this data, and they said for this year, that number has jumped to 17% of students saying they're going to enter employment. Now, we don't have Iowa data on this, but we can look at Bureau of Labor Statistic data to try to see how many of these high school graduates who are not in school and employed and how that has changed over time. So from 2013, the orange line is showing that we have added 1.2 million high school graduates, and this would be the kind of population that we'd be looking for that have joined the workforce instead of going to college. However, at the same time, we have dropped 3 million college students across the country. So while employment explains some of it, it doesn't fill that gap completely. So now we move from data more into the area of survey work and some speculation, but Pew has done some survey work to try to understand, like, why do students choose not to go to college? And you see some of the typical responses. Obviously, as far as affordability, supporting family, I do want to point out where we start to see some of the gaps by gender or sex on the just didn't want to between men and women, and didn't need more education for the job career they wanted. Gallup has done some similar polls asking folks how important is a college education today. So in 2013, 70% said very important, and that has dropped to 51% in 2019 pre-pandemic. I'm going to show these very quickly. You've seen similar information before. This is from Iowa College Aid Commission, their report that's coming out. But it's talking about more education is not a guarantee, but the trends are that you have lower unemployment rates, you have higher wages with more education. At the same time, you have lower poverty and less social program use with more education. And the final slide is a little bit of a long quote. It comes from the Georgetown Center for Education in the Workforce, and I want to kind of tie that together with the kind of trends and what more education does. It's looking at basically, it used to be that 2 or 3 entry-level jobs demanded a high school diploma or less. Now 2 or 3 jobs demand at least some education or training beyond high school. If you look at Iowa Workforce Development's latest list of hot jobs, you look at the top 50 hot jobs on that list. It used to be that about maybe half of them required a bachelor's degree, but the current list, 96% of those top 50 require a bachelor's degree or higher. And those hot jobs are based on demand within the state, but also can they provide a wage that kind of hits a certain level for being able to kind of live in the state. So we have a disconnect. Obviously, there's a lot of things going on here that are influencing the college-going rate, but part of it is at a time where we probably need more people to be getting some kind of education, and I'm not just talking 4-year degrees, but some education beyond high school. We are seeing less trust in higher ed. We are seeing a belief that it's less important, and obviously, if people are joining the workforce, that's a good thing, but these are some of the headwinds that we're looking at as far as making decisions about how we grow going forward. Questions?
Yeah, just to go back to the FAFSA a little bit, there's a decline in that, and in my estimation, if you fill that out, that kind of gives you the intent, you find out what your help could be, that kind of thing. Just talk about that a little bit. it was mandatory, would that help? Are there other states that do make it mandatory? Trying to find a way to get kids to even look at college and their families.
No, it's a good question, and there are some states that have done that, and I know Iowa College Aid has looked into that for Iowa. One of the real benefits of the FAFSA is people see the sticker price for college, and it can be scary. I've got a junior in high school when we're starting to look at colleges in-state and out-of-state, and the out-of-state ones are particularly frightening. But when you have the FAFSA, you can actually start to see what the net price might be for you, what you might get as far as the scholarships or the grant aid that's provided, and so you can start to see what was really going on. Like we presented to the Iowa School Counselors Association, and we were talking about some of these prices. We can show that the net price has not gone up very much. The net price as a percentage of median income in the state has actually declined, but you could tell they were openly skeptical of that because they only see the sticker price, and the FAFSA would allow people to see beyond that. But it would take legislation to kind of make that a statewide mandate.
I just thought in my mind, if that happened, parents would really look at it and see. I think there's some parents who are saying, I don't want to fill that out, it's too much work. But or it's not going to help, and if they really see that, then they'll start looking at their student, their child, and say it'd be a good thing. Thank you. Go ahead, Regent Mouse.
I have a
Regent
follow-up
Ross.
question to that. So is it primarily school counselors that are getting the information to parents about FAFSA at the high school level, or kind of what does that look like?
It's a combination, I think, of Iowa College Aid and the school counselors. I know in the last 5 or 6 years, there's a system been set up so that Iowa College Aid will actually send to the school counselors who has completed a FAFSA already. It allows them to check up with people who have shown interest in college to say, okay, well, we know you're interested in college, but you haven't filled out the FAFSA yet, so they can just do little nudges to help them. So there are some processes to try to help with that, but beyond that, I don't know as far as beyond school counselors. Yeah.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
Jason, is there workforce data available that would illuminate career progression with college, those that have college degrees that are in the workforce and those that do not? And what I'm angling toward is it seems like we're at least there's a market bubble, or maybe it's a trend, I don't know, but there's going to be some people out there that are in the workforce that may feel like they need to return to school as a working adult, or something that we might be able to tap at some point, or serve, maybe is a better way to say it.
No, it's a good question. I don't have a great answer for it. I wish my colleague from Iowa Department of Ed was here, because he used to work for Iowa Workforce Development as well. And so he could help me with that question, but I will look into it. There is a belief, though, that some of this is due to like a gap year, that people then take a little bit of time off and go back, but we don't see that pattern in the data.
Regent Barker.
The drop in international students is pretty dramatic when we look at this, and that's a fairly large part of the enrollment changes here. Do you see that changing, coming back, or is that sort of a permanent change, do you think?
That is out of my area of expertise. I think we'd have to refer to maybe some of the admissions folks at the universities for that. But we presented last year to some members of the legislature, and we were showing that about 40% of our enrollment drop over the last number of years has largely been driven by that international population, largely from students from China.
So if 40% is due to international students, what percentage is due to the faster graduation rates?
It's a good question, something I'll look into that.
Okay. And finally, for that survey that you put up, from 2013 to 2019, that's only 6 years, dropped from 70% to 51%, and people saying, college is very important. That's a huge drop in a very short time.
Yes.
Any thoughts? What?
I wish I knew.
Okay.
I would have written a book by now and probably made a lot of money with that.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks.
Any further questions? Regent Barker.
Thank you. Just a quick question on gap year. I mean, that's something that you hear more about now than ever before. How many, are there any studies on how many of those kids come back?
Within the state, I think about 2 to 3% of students actually will come back and enroll in their second year, or take a year off and then come back and enroll for the first time.
So 2 to 3% of all those that took the year off?
No, 2 to 3% of your high school graduates are taking some kind of a gap year. That's also seen nationally. That has not changed over time. Even during the pandemic, when more people, they expected more people to take gap years, they didn't. There have been some high schools in the state that we know about that have promoted gap year, but they've done studies and they found that those students actually don't end up going to college.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Regent Parker?
Just wondering about the role of recruiting. I mean, you know, the demographic trends sort of tell us what will happen if we just kind of take things as given, but we can actively recruit. How much of a difference does that make, and where should we be looking based on some of the work you've done on the enrollment cliff and how it's very different in different parts of the country?
Yeah, again, recruiting's out of my area of expertise, but there are differences in states as far as what their populations look like. For example, Illinois is going to be seeing a pretty sizable drop in the number of high school graduates. Meanwhile, Texas is showing significant growth in that area. So I know our admissions folks are already looking at those different populations, so that may have to factor in going forward.
Is Iowa still a net importer of college enrollees? I mean, I know a few years ago they were either the highest in the country or second as far as net percentage of college enrollments.
I have not checked recently, but yes, they have been historically a big net importer. It's usually about a 4 to 1 as far as students leaving versus coming into the state.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Board State Relations Officer Mary Braun, who will give a brief overview of the Regents' efforts in economic development and introduce each university presenter.
Good morning. The university presenters will be on Zoom this morning. As outlined in the docket item, Iowa's 3 public universities offer research-based expertise and business assistance directly to industry and the people of Iowa in all 99 counties. Collectively, in fiscal year 2022, the 3 universities provided over $1.5 billion in total sponsored funding to the state. This is a research funding record for both the University of Iowa and Iowa State University. Today, you'll hear from each of the universities on their activities. We'll start with David Spalding, the Raisbeck Endowed Dean of the Debbie and Jerry Ivy College of Business and Interim Vice President of the Office of Economic Development and Industry Relations at Iowa State University. David.
Thank you, Mary, and my thanks to the Regents for giving me this opportunity to talk about the great work going on in economic development at Iowa State University. I'm assuming everybody can hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. All right, so our economic development activity work here at Iowa State really extends to all 99 counties in the state with the goal of enhancing economic growth in our state and enhancing economic opportunities for the residents of the state of Iowa. Next slide, please. So established 8 years ago, the Office of Economic Development and Industry Relations really pulled together 5 units at the university who primarily work with corporations. And really the idea was to provide corporations a one-stop shop where they could dial in to this one office and be sent to the appropriate area to help them. And that was a great start for our operation. But over the last 4 years, we've really shifted our efforts to create corporate engagement teams. And these corporate engagement teams reach out to companies to bring the full range of capabilities here at Iowa State University to those companies and look to enhance our relationships with them. Next slide, please. We have been honored with a series of awards from the Innovation and Economic Prosperity Universities since we joined that group 6 years ago. President Wintersteen mentioned that just this past weekend, we received a 2022 Innovation Award from the Innovation and Economic Prosperity Universities. And I'll mention that that's a group of 80 members of the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities who have made an effort to indicate their focus on economic development. We share best practices and work together on a number of projects. I want to talk, though, more specifically about the award we won in 2021. We won the Place Award last year. And typically when a university applies for that Place Award, it's because they pick one particular part of their state or of their city where they focus their economic development. But we made the case that for Iowa State, our place is all 99 counties here in the state of Iowa. You submit 3 case studies. For us, 2 of those were from our small business development centers, which are part of the Office of Economic Development and Industry Relations. And the third case study that we put in was from the extension, which operates in all 99 counties. So we really established that our place is not just Ames, not just Story County, but really the entire state of Iowa. In the 6 years we've been eligible, we've won awards 4 times. We were a finalist once, and it's really gratifying to the team to get this kind of recognition from our peers. Next slide, please. So the Papa John's Centers, as you know, each one of the Regents universities has a Papa John's Center. We've been blessed with some amazing recognition for the Papa John's Center at Iowa State University in the last 2 years. Just 2 weeks ago, we received the NASDAQ Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence Award. This is an award given by the Global Consortium of Entrepreneurship Centers. It's made up of 240 entrepreneurship centers from around the globe. And the top award that they give is the Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence Award. The year before, we received the Model Program Award from USASB. USASB is the United States Association for Small Business and Entrepreneurship. And really, USASB is the group of entrepreneurship educators in higher education. So the academics gave us their top award in 2021. We received the top award from the centers here in 2022, and it's just wonderful recognition for the outstanding work that Judy Isles, the director of our center, does working with her team. And to a great extent, it also reflected the fact that all 7 colleges here at Iowa State are actively engaged in entrepreneurship activities. You already heard earlier from President Wintersteen about our SciStarters program. This is a program we offer during the summer for students to pursue their entrepreneurial idea. They essentially get paid to intern in their own business, and it results in great students like Isaac completing the program. Next slide, please. So one of the programs the Papa John's Center has is our Startup Factory. This is the accelerator program that we run here at Iowa State, primarily focused on ideas, businesses that have come out of the labs and out of the minds of faculty and graduate students and students here at Iowa State. And it continues to be a very successful program here in the area with a large amount of external funding really coming to those companies over time. Startup Factory now has also partnered with BioConnect Iowa in a new program called the Go-to-Market Camp program. And the Go-to-Market program is funded through a U.S. Economic Development Authority grant. It really is for businesses that are beyond the Startup Factory who are really ready to launch. We've had 10 businesses go through that program, and one of them from the first cohort is a company called Mason, which focuses on delivering vaccines to production animals through corn. And this is a company that's based at the research park. They participated in the first round of the go-to-market program. And earlier this year, they completed an $11.2 million venture capital led Series A financing round, one of the largest Series A financing rounds in the state this year. Next slide, please. So the Small Business Development Centers, Iowa's SBDC Iowa is located at Iowa State. So Lisa Shimkat, who directs that program, and her team support the other 15 centers in the state from their location in Ames. The Ames Center and the Des Moines Center are under Iowa State's umbrella. University of Iowa has a center in Iowa City. University of Northern Iowa has a center as well. The SBDC, as you can see, operates in all 99 counties in the state of Iowa, helping small businesses, primarily Main Street businesses, grow and expand their businesses. In the last year, they dealt with almost 4,000 clients. They created over 1,600 new jobs in those companies that worked with the Small Business Development Centers, and there was almost $222 million in sales increases that year for businesses that work with work with the Small Business Development Centers. We also have taken the Startup Factory program on the road. So the SBDC office in Ames has a program called the Rural Business Initiative, where they work with companies that are scalable businesses located in rural areas throughout the state to bring the Startup Factory program to them. We've had 15 companies go through the program already in places like Red Oak, Tabor, Leon, Lamoni, and Creston, as we take our entrepreneurship programs, our startup programs to rural areas to help enhance development there. Next slide, please. Our Center for Industrial Research and Service, or CIRUS, essentially is our engineering extension program. So they're the program that really reaches out to small and mid-sized manufacturers all across the state to help them enhance their processes, work on strategic planning, and other issues. One of the things that we opened just prior to the pandemic about 3 years ago is the Alliant Digital Lab. It's located here at our research park and has the highest quality, the latest developed manufacturing facility to allow companies to come here and experiment with whether 3D printing and other manufacturing advances would help their businesses, and they can learn that right here at the research park at Iowa State. As you can see, over the last 5 years, $2.8 billion in economic impact from with the companies that CIRUS worked with. Next slide, please. CIRUS operates in all 99 counties. The counties where you don't see a dollar amount in this chart, there were companies there who worked with them. They just didn't validate the dollar amount that they gained as a result of those projects. With CIRUS, the companies do pay for the projects, but CIRUS matches that on a 2-for-1 basis with money they raise from grants from the state and grants from the federal government. Next slide, please. So the Iowa State University Research Park, it is a great time to be in the Iowa State University Research Park. We have about 850,000 square feet of buildings now, building space, and we only have about 5% of that space that's available. We don't want to discourage people from considering coming to the park. We can fix that space up and have it ready for you, but only 5% is available. When you think about what's going on with real estate, with the way companies are approaching real estate these days, it's amazing that we've had that kind of success through the pandemic. We've got 2 new buildings coming to the park. Next week, we're going to break ground on a new 35,000 square foot building for a company called Pivot Bio, which specializes in more sustainable fertilizer production. Pivot Bio is a Silicon Valley-based company. We competed with St. Louis and Omaha to have them locate their operation with us in the first place. They started with 2 offices and a conference room and 3 people. Today, they occupy half of the building and have 60 people in that half of the building. The new space that they're building will house at least 75 people, 75 high-paying jobs where they'll be doing customer service and developmental work around their products. Also moving ahead, and I understand approved today on the consent agenda, is a new building for our digital ag program. This is a program run by Professor Matt Darr that works with corporate partners. Deere is the biggest one of those partners in helping enhance their activities in the agriculture field. This will be an 88,000 square foot building. Alliant Energy has bought naming rights for the building, which helps with the funding of the project. But this is really outstanding. 2 new buildings being built in the park. We're going to add almost 14% to the square footage in the park here over the next 18 months when those 2 buildings open. Next slide, please. And we also, the research park also helps support broadly the state. Companies that are located in the research park actually have operations in 53 counties around the state. And so the research that's done in the research park, the collaboration with Iowa State faculty in the research park really benefits businesses and benefits people all across the state of Iowa. Next slide, please. Our tech transfer operation is the Office of Innovation Commercialization. Once again, in 2021, we were on the list of the top 100 universities for U.S. patents. And we're very proud of the discoveries at Iowa State that are worthy of protection that have put us on that list year over year. President Wintersteen talked earlier about Dr. Zhang and her new revolutionary maternity garments. Dr. Zhang was really discovered when she filed a disclosure with our tech transfer office. And it was really the folks in the tech transfer office who walked her through the various programs that were available and filed a design patent for her, the first design patent we've ever filed for our College of Human Sciences. So the tech transfer area makes sure they're reaching out broadly across Iowa State, not just focusing in our STEM areas. Next slide, please. So Deere Corporation is a great partner for us here at Iowa State. They're spending almost $8 million annually in research funding with our faculty. And that research funding is putting products that are on a large number of the tractors, combines, et cetera, that Deere manufactures. I mentioned the Digital Ag Group. They're the group that really work closely with John Deere. Deere has 2 facilities on our campus. They have a 35,000 square foot building, which is used for advanced research around their sprayer equipment, developing new sprayer technology. But they also have one of their 5 global technology centers is located at Iowa State University in about 9,500 square feet. They're busting at the seams and want to expand that space. And we're honored to have one of their global technology centers located at Iowa State in our research park. They also run an active year-round internship program there. It's been a very successful program for them. They've got more and more parts of Deere who've asked to participate in that program. So again, this is putting pressure on Deere to expand their space. And in fact, we are in discussions with them about doing that. So what are the keys to the relationship? We've got great faculty researchers who partner with Deere. We've got work-ready students for the internship programs and for the future workforce of Deere. We've provided them flexible solutions around intellectual property to help make this program work, and then the strong team that we have in the research park. Next slide. So it's been great to have this opportunity to talk to you about economic development at Iowa State, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I believe there's no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up, we have John Darcy. John is the Chief Innovation Officer at the University of Iowa. John?
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here again. Happy to see you all. Great presentation, David. First slide, please. If you've heard me speak before, you've seen this slide before. These are our 3 pillars that we focus on for impacting medtech innovation at the University of Iowa. And the reason I'm focusing on this is because medtech represents about 70% of the intellectual property created on campus. The report that Jeff Keeter compiled for the board office has all of the detail about Papa John, the business school, and other economic efforts at the state. But I'm going to stay focused on these 3 things. The need for broader access to talent and expertise in the healthcare space, the need for greater access to capital, and then overall, the effort we've engaged in to heighten, to grow our culture around innovation, particularly in the healthcare space. Everything we speak about, I'll speak about today here, will reflect these three primary strategic goals of ours. Next slide, please. In 2016, IEDA made a gamble that a unique 3D printing shop centered at the University of Iowa would enhance medical device development. They also made a bet that those same tools that were unique to Iowa and weren't found in 3D printing at Iowa State or at UNI would also benefit others within the state. Let's watch this very short video.
I think that Proto Studios is really at the very beginning. We're just getting started, and the vast majority of our work is at UIHC, but we've had jobs in 25 different counties throughout the state of Iowa. So we know that there's a need in all kinds of areas for rapid prototyping and the design skills that our team brings to the table. So that's an important focus for us, to demonstrate that we can help support the entire state in this initiative.
With UHC, the primary benefit that we bring, I think, is talent retention and attraction. As a side benefit of this, we hopefully improve medical outcomes for all the residents in the state of Iowa.
There are lots and lots of people at the university, the medical school of the university, and in the community at large who would benefit from this incredible resource. Once you start working with them, you go, holy mackerel, this truly is a revolution.
Next slide, please.
I think that
Proto Studios has grown significantly since the start, as you can see by these graphs. We're very pleased about this. We're going to continue this trend, and I think it's making an enormous impact around the state. Next slide. This slide just gives you a snapshot of some of their clients and vendors, but the point is that the reach goes throughout the state when it comes to manufacturing and other elements that are necessary to create medical device innovation or others. They've attracted, almost by word of mouth, a lot of people around the state that are very interested in and need to use these types of services. Next slide, please. So I'm going to pivot to a new program that we started this year. One of the issues focusing on culture and talent retention was uncovered when we won a Kauffman Foundation grant a couple of years ago to study what innovation and entrepreneurship looks like. What do best practices look like at 9 Midwestern universities? One of the programs that we stole, and I hate to admit it was the University of Nebraska, but I better give them their due, was this program they had for trainees in healthcare that exposed them to industry, venture capital, all of the elements necessary to either create intellectual property and license it, or to create a startup and move forward. So we put these are 12 kids that are MD, PhD students, postdocs, medical students, dental students, and graduate students in engineering, all focused on healthcare. And the unique thing about all of these trainees is that they didn't get this exposure in their current curriculum. And all of them were either exposed to entrepreneurism growing up, or they had dabbled in it themselves, or they just had this deep desire to solve unmet needs in healthcare. We originally were hoping we would get 6 trainees. We got about 30 applicants. We expanded to the 12 and could have easily gone to 18 or 20. Next slide, please. Here are a few quotes from some of the participants in why they were very interested in a program like this. And for me, it serves multiple purposes. First of all, we train them, we expose them to successful entrepreneurs and venture capitalists and all the elements that we have on campus to help support them, first and foremost. But then they go back into their daily life, which is in research labs, or it's on clinical rotations, and they become our ambassadors. So they help us find faculty earlier in their process where we can connect them to the right kind of external expertise to help them either pivot, change their idea, or encourage them to move forward with it. It's very useful. And the other benefit that I know that all of these people will get job offers outside the state of Iowa when they graduate. Our hope is that we demonstrate the tools, the support for their creative instincts, that more of them will stay within the state of Iowa. Next slide, please. So I want to pivot and talk about a company originally called IDX that is digital diagnostics. Digital diagnostics is a forerunner and a pioneer in AI in healthcare. They literally put Iowa on the map in a way that nobody else has for artificial intelligence. Let's watch the first of these two very short videos.
The AI can see the early changes of diabetic retinopathy that we may not be able to see with our own eyes. If the AI sees that, then the appropriate referrals can be made.
And the second video, please.
The ophthalmologists have tremendous technologies to treat diabetic retinopathy now with lasers and whatnot, but there's nothing as good as prevention. And the way you prevent it is to tightly control the diabetes to begin with. So as soon as we see those retinopathy changes, if we can really get the attention of the patient to really pay attention to their sugar control, we can decrease that progression through prevention, not just through treatment.
Digital Diagnostics was the very first company globally to receive FDA clearance for a tool to diagnose a condition without the interaction of a physician. This is groundbreaking and dramatically has the potential to dramatically change the standard of care, particularly in rural states like Iowa, where there are a lack of physicians and a lack of expertise at the point of care. They've already been included in multiple guidelines, which is quite remarkable. And in 2022, they finally received coding and payment for their technology. Again, a first in the world with an artificial intelligence application. So people globally are looking to understand, how did IDX do this? How did Digital Diagnostics do this? How have they accomplished this? So there's a lot of followers coming behind it, but it enhances our reputation significantly out in the investment community and in the research community. You can see that they've closed a Series B round for $75 million this year. And that should say two things. One, it takes an awful lot of money to change, to revolutionize the standard of care. But also, IDX is very committed to Iowa and their presence in Iowa. They have multiple offices throughout the country. And about 25% of their current workforce, it resides in Iowa. They would like to see that grow. Next slide, please. In that effort to maintain and pull in workforce, I want to talk about two people. So these two gals, Joe and Nicole, came to Iowa, were recruited to Iowa to perform on the swim team. They spent 4 years together. They became great friends. But at the end of when they graduated, they had no intention of staying within the state of Iowa. They went back home to Madison and Chicago, respectively. Next slide. But neither one of them found the opportunities they really wanted, that were compelling, that paid competitive rates, and which gave them significant opportunity for growth, as well as being a part of something that was really game-changing in healthcare. So Joe came back first and became a customer service manager. And when Nicole was having some issues or didn't like her current job, she encouraged her to apply. She applied. So now they both live back here in Iowa City. And I think in Ames, Cedar Falls, and Iowa City, we know if we have high quality jobs and we're paying at a competitive rate, we've got a lot of kids that want to stay here and would prefer to stay here if they had the option to. Next slide, please. So all of my work comes back to this thing, talent retention, either trying to help them find talent, retain talent. More often than not, it's bringing in medtech experts that can help support faculty innovators at whatever stage they are in their journey. And we've assembled a group of about 50 medtech executives from around the United States, some internationally, most of whom have had the ability to start, scale, and successfully exit a company. That's the profile we're looking for every single day. A number of them are alumni. About half of that are alums from Iowa. We're trying to generate more and more support there. On the capital side, when I got here in 2018, our companies raised $8 million of venture money from outside the state. in 2018. In fiscal 22, it was $130 million. We have significantly 16 times grown that number in the last few years, and we're seeing this incredible growth. I think the difference is that we've been able to connect faculty with a wide variety of sources of capital from Silicon Valley and elsewhere in the United States. And we've sort of opened the door to what's happening at Iowa. It's very interesting to me that very few people that haven't been here have any understanding of what Iowa is. And until they get here, they really have no idea about all of what we have to offer. So these efforts all combine with the programmatic elements that we're continuing to grow on the culture side to kind of lift this culture up, to give more support, more freedom for faculty to focus on creativity and solving problems. And with your support, which we hope will continue to grow, I think we can make a bigger impact in the state of Iowa, not just in the near term, but for generations to come. Thank you very much for the time.
Are there any questions? Thank you, John. Finally, we have Randy Pilkington. He's the Director of Business and Community Services at the University of Northern Iowa. Randy.
Thank you, Mary, and members of the board, and great job, John and David. It's an honor to follow both of you. Let's go ahead and go to the first slide, please. And I promise not to inundate you with a bunch of numbers, but I do want to point out that we had active clients for the 23rd consecutive year in all 99 counties across the state this past year. And we had a record number of clients. But also, if you look at the number of students engaged, nearly a third of UNI students in the undergraduate level get some type of engagement with our business and community services program, whether they're working for a company, whether they're working for one of our outreach programs, an internship, or a classroom project. Next slide, please. As a reminder, Business and Community Services is a collection of 13 outreach programs focusing in the areas of ranging from entrepreneurship and small business to community and economic development to the environment sustainability and also metal castings. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you some highlights from just some of those programs within the categories that I just mentioned. And the first one is in the area of metal castings. And very similar to what's happening in the state of Iowa, with the emphasis on manufacturing 4.0, our Metal Casting Center has moved toward Foundry 4.0. And while we'll continue to work in the area of additive manufacturing, so much has changed in manufacturing over the last just couple of years that we're moving into many more projects of automation, putting sensors into our molds and cores, and then looking at the data through the Internet of Things, and using the digital twin and our advancement in investment casting, which is there, the picture there on the left. Next slide, please. To give you one example of what Foundry 4.0 means, I'll talk about our new defense logistics project that we have with the DLA. The purpose of this project is to really enhance the defense supply chain, create resiliency through manufacturing and through Foundry 4.0 techniques, and then is to grow that supply chain. Over the last decade alone, the number of supply chain companies for defense logistics has dropped in half. So it's really our job to enhance those that are remaining and grow that supply chain. We think we can do that with some of the companies existing right here in Iowa. And to make that even more relevant to what's happening here at UNI is creating the Foundry of the Future and how that's dovetailing with the Applied Engineering Building here at UNI. So we'll use our funding from Defense Logistics with the funding that's for the modernization of the Applied Engineering Building to really create the Foundry of the Future. And that starts at the first of this next year. We are so fortunate the timing of these projects could come together and really make a lasting impact. What this will really lead to is enhancing those students and the workforce of the future into the castings industry, because as our director calls it, the 3D industry, it's dirty, dark, and dangerous. Not so for the future, and we're going to demonstrate that. Next slide, please. One of the programs that was just created or just approved last year as a center is the Family Business Center. And the Family Business Center really focuses on a couple of key areas for our families in the state of Iowa. What they were going to out of state, they were going to Nebraska, Minnesota, Chicago to get the type of assistance. And it's not the one-on-one technical assistance and the guidance. This is about issues related to governance, about communication, about transition, keeping those family businesses in the state of Iowa. We, for 3 years, worked to look at the demand and see if there was demand for this type of program. Today's actually in Des Moines is the second annual Family Business Conference, broad-based support across the state on the family issues and family governance. And I want to point out here too that what we're doing with the family businesses in no way disrupts their relationships with the University of Iowa and Iowa State University. Those are at a different level of what we're trying to do. Those are the one-on-ones helping them. This really gets into those governance and communication issues, and then with peer groups and the legacy groups and the next gen. So this has been a very good launch to the Business Center this past year. The Family Business Center really holds strong opportunities for the future. Next slide, please. We've been, with the Institute for Decision Making, celebrating its 35th anniversary this year, mostly known for strategic planning and visioning with communities across the state, more than 800. Just two areas I want to point out. One is in the area of workforce development. An example of our work was with Director Durham and the Economic Development Authority's workforce survey. We know we have a worker shortage. We know there's issues, but we have all these anecdotal examples, but not a statewide database of what really were the pain points and some of the solutions for this. So we worked with Director Durham and her department with 1,000 HR managers to put together a full survey and analysis and report so that Iowa Workforce Development, IEDA, know where they should put their emphasis on the workforce issues across the state. Then in Manufacturing 4.0, there's a manufacturer consortium that is being led very well by Iowa State Cirrus, but we saw a gap of what we could do to help that process. That's to educate and train economic developers across the state is what is Manufacturing 4.0? How do you work it into your local economic development program? How do you learn the language? How do you know if your manufacturers are following this? And get them to the resources such as Cirrus. So it's been a really nice partnership. We're thankful that Cirrus opened their arms and let us into this project, and I think it's really enhanced what they're able to do as well. Next slide, please. Advance Iowa is the group that works with our small and medium enterprises across the state. Just want to point out one program, and that's our issue in the state with employee ownership. We do have a robust program to support ESOPs in Iowa, but an ESOP does not really work well with some of the smaller companies, especially in rural Iowa. So we're partnering with Empower Rural Iowa, the governor's office, and the Kauffman Foundation to look at programs that can create employee ownerships of different types, such as employee-owned cooperatives. So we've got a 3-year program going to see what we can create as an opportunity for these companies that need a succession plan and don't have one in rural Iowa to see if we can convert that into different types of employee ownership. Next slide, please. And lastly, the program that we have at all 3 universities, which is the John Papajohn Entrepreneurial Center. But just a couple items here I want to point out. We're celebrating the 10th anniversary of Iowa SourceLink. This is the online resource where entrepreneurs and small businesses can find the resources they need in geographically or by type across the state. It's a really robust system that last year had 63,000 unique visitors to the site. We added the Business License Information Center to SourceLink this year so that working with the Secretary of State, a lot of calls, a lot of inquiries. I'm starting a business. What type of license do I need? So it really linked up well, and Director Durham wanted us to have that type of resource to add to what we were doing already. And I'll wrap up with the Black Business Entrepreneurship Accelerator. As many of you know, 24/7 Wall Street Journal named Waterloo Cedar Falls as the worst place for African Americans to live and to work 5 years ago. This is one of the programs that were created to deal with that. These are 16-week accelerator programs. Actually, we're in our 5th cohort right now, so we'll have 50 graduates. The picture on the left was the 4th graduate group from that accelerator. About 80% are for-profit, but we also have about 20% that are social entrepreneurs and really do help enhance the fabric of the community. So we're really pleased that we were able to play some role in advancing this and really become a national model for what can happen with the Black business entrepreneurship efforts. And next slide, please. And to wrap up, we really feel that BCS and you and I are good investments for the state of Iowa. We do leverage our state dollars. We work with a focus on small and medium businesses, and we work toward innovations all throughout the economic development community. We work well with our partners at Iowa and Iowa State and the community colleges and across the state. And we really try to work to get economic developers, that base economic development group, to help them become more successful at the local and regional level. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Randy. Are there any questions? All right, thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Mary. At this time, I'd like to recognize Interim Superintendent John Kuhl, who will make brief remarks and then introductions.
Good morning, everyone. I am standing here because I want everyone in this room to have equal access. We have deaf people in the audience, as well as a deaf presenter. We have interpreters to interpret for all of us, including you, the Regents, and me as well as I present. My name is Tina Cloud. I am the Outreach Director for the Iowa School for the Deaf. You can see the name John Kuhl here on the slide. You already know who this is. He is my boss, and you are all his boss. So it is an honor for me to be standing here in front of all of you. I graduated from Iowa School for the Deaf. I remember that when I was in high school, I came to a Board of Regents meeting, and I was impressed. I was amazed by the Board of Regents. I was so excited that they provided support for the school. And I did graduate a long time ago, and it's nice to see that your support has continued through the years. That means a great deal to me and to the deaf community as well. Next slide, please. These are obviously some pictures of me. The black and white picture is from high school. I was a high school student here, and we had an opportunity to go to the state of Louisiana to participate in the Junior NAD Association meeting, and that is the Junior National Association of the Deaf Conference. And I was able to meet high school students who are deaf and hard of hearing like me from all over the place. And I was able to participate in a show, which I was playing an old-fashioned teacher in this photo. And that experience had a profound impact on me and my decision to become a deaf educator. So my passion from that day has carried forward to this day. I have 2 deaf children. My family does have heritage of generational deafness, and I do have some family members who have been here at ISD who have graduated from ISD as well as myself. I got my teaching degree and taught at 2 different schools for the deaf, and my focus in my area of expertise has always been language. We know that language is important, particularly for deaf and hard of hearing people. Without language, it's impossible to develop an identity. So my passion, my focus is for all deaf children to have access to language and to be able to find identity and pride in their identity. So I work with the community to that end. And I have seen both of my daughters exposed to language from birth. Both of them have gone on to be successful. They were on par academically with their peers and socially because they had access to language. But 97% of deaf children have parents who hear. And the percentage and the number of parents who sign with their children from birth, like me and other families, it's a very small percentage. We don't know exactly how many. But I've been in this field of deaf education for more than 20 years, and I have seen many deaf children without language. They do not have access. After working at 2 different schools for the deaf and seeing the same issues that I was addressing at both schools, I came back to Iowa. This state is truly my home, and this school is my home. John Kuhl hired me as the outreach coordinator at the time and then changed my position to a director position. The two of us discuss frequently how we can reach out to students and districts all over the state of Iowa. The Department of Education reports that there are 3,100 deaf and hard of hearing children in the state of Iowa. 3,100 students. That is a large number. And I am wondering how many of them have access to language to be able to succeed academically. Both John Kuhl and I have the same vision. Next slide, please. The mission of the Iowa School for the Deaf is that Iowa School for the Deaf prepares deaf or hard of hearing students from preschool to age 21 for life as literate citizens who contribute to society. This mission, I think, is perfect. And our vision is to be a statewide resource for the entire state of Iowa. The outreach department was officially established here at Iowa School for the Deaf in October of 2020. So that brings us to the question, what is outreach? Why do we have an outreach department? Our goal is to collaborate with families, agencies, the community, statewide, that includes that 3,100 students. We want to be able to address their unique language and learning needs, including students who are deaf-blind. We include those students as well. And we serve students from age 3 to 21. We have worked with a variety of stakeholders. The logos on this slide are stakeholders who work with deaf and hard of hearing students. We identify what services they have, what resources they have, and what resources we have that they need. And we all work together for that goal of seeing deaf and hard of hearing students succeed. Next slide, please. That 3,100 students have the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. The AEAs have a list of services, but there are some gaps in those services that are provided to those students and the accommodations available to them. John Kuhl and myself have discussed, and along with our team, discussed those needs for deaf and hard of hearing students in order to establish our outreach department. The first program we established was the Family Resources Program. Next slide, please. Oops, this is an old PowerPoint. I was not expecting this, sorry. But the outreach department does have a secretary, and she is amazing. She is not here right now. She is out on leave, but she is a wonderful, wonderful person, and she does so very much for our department. We are very thankful to have her qualified support. This is what I was expecting. This is our Family Resources Program. We just hired Stacy Morgan, seated right here across from me, and we are thrilled to have her here as our Family Resources Program coordinator. There are many families around the state that do not know the resources that are available to them. They do not know what they're supposed to do to support their child. And Stacy can reach out and provide support and mentoring. Her primary focus is families of ISD students, because many of the families here even don't know what to do, and so we provide resources and supports to them. One of the primary issues that we address is the critical need for language acquisition. The language exposure that deaf and hard of hearing children get is very, very small compared to the amount of language that a normally hearing child is exposed to on a regular basis, and families need to know what that difference is and how to provide more intentional language support. Stacy is also responsible for providing ASL classes to families. Last year, we had a total of 330 people register for our American Sign Language classes. 67% of registrants were families taking our ASL classes, which is really, really wonderful. 1.5% of registrants were professionals from the AEAs. And we also had teachers who are not Iowa School for the Deaf teachers taking ASL classes. Some of those teachers had no background in deaf education. They don't know anything about deaf culture. They're just general education teachers, and had a deaf student show up in their class, did not know what to do, and so they decided to take our ASL classes. Those ASL classes can help teachers to understand what the child needs and to help to meet those needs. These images of the individuals that teach our classes, the bottom here, these are all deaf instructors. We have Sharon. She is Indian, and she lives in Florida, and so she's able to teach not only American Sign Language, but some Indian signs as well. And we have other teachers that have a variety of experiences. Some of them have deaf parents, some of them have hearing parents, some of them were mainstream general education students, some of them went to schools for the deaf. So it's nice to have that variety of exposure for our parents. And our families love those classes. We offer classes that last for 8 weeks, and families can continue to move up through ASL 1, 2, 3, 4 in storytelling. Our second program under outreach is the Extended Learning Program. And Taryn Peterson, who presented to you yesterday, talked about our camps, which is one of our activities. And we are thrilled that she is a part of outreach. She has been involved in planning events that we do. We have a variety of events. Summer camp, the Deaf Cultural Celebration. We have weekend retreats. Okay, next slide. This is an example of our flyers from summer camp last year. We also had the Deaf Cultural Celebration back again here at ISD. We had over 100 people come to campus, and it is open to the community. It is open to families. We encourage teachers to come as well. We also have an event called Explore ASL in Des Moines, and that was last year, November. We had over 100 people come to that event. It was nice to have it in the middle of the state. And we have that coming up again in February 18th. After this presentation is over, I will share an event flyer with all of you because it is for everyone, including all of you. If you're curious about deafness and deaf culture and what that looks like, this is an excellent opportunity for you to come and learn something about ASL and deaf culture. And through those events that we have provided, 6 students have come to ISD, at least from going to one of those events. Our third program is the assessments program. Many area education agencies and school districts are not able to provide assessments directly to students in ASL. They have to go through the services of an interpreter, and that is problematic. So Iowa School for the Deaf is here to provide those resources. We have experts here who can provide assessments directly to students in ASL. We offer a variety of assessments. Last year, we started offering assessments in November, and it has not even been one full year, and we had many assessment requests. Next slide, please. This is our team. The speech language pathologists, school psychologists, ASL teacher, ASL specialists, all of us work together as a team to give good information to the families and to the educators about the needs of deaf and hard of hearing students. 56% of our assessments have been on high school students, 39% on middle school students, and 5% for elementary students. So remember that number. Keep those numbers in mind. 56%, sorry, for high school. Keep that number in mind. Our fourth program is the Language Resources Program, and that is run by Dr. Deb Cates. You've seen that face before, and it's because she's sitting at the microphone interpreting for you right now. She is wonderful. Her background, her specialty is in linguistics. She has a PhD in linguistics. She also wears many hats. She is a part of different interpreter education associations. She interprets. She works with deaf educators, just a litany of work. We discussed what is best for children and also what is best for interpreters, and that is what she does. We do not have an interpreter training program in Iowa, with the exception of Scott Community College. And we are desperate, not only for interpreters to work for adults, but interpreters to work for K-12 schools as well. There are currently 7 vacancies for sign language interpreter positions, full-time, and 12 additional positions that are contracted through agencies to provide interpreter services. And I will be blunt. When I go to a school and I see a child sitting alone with no interpreter, and I start signing to them, and they realize that I'm deaf, their eyes, they widen, they brighten up, and they are just desperate for the opportunity to have a conversation with somebody who understands them, and it breaks my heart because they will come to school alone every day with no access and don't really learn anything. And we see that happening all over the state, and we have seen it again and again. So we are here to help. Deb also works with interpreters. There are several that have not yet met the standards for licensure in Iowa, and so Deb provides support to them and teaches classes. Right now in that program, there are 12 interpreting students. That's a lot. And we know that there are more out there that are in need of support and training. Deb also provides a deaf language mentoring program. Many deaf and hard of hearing students have never seen a deaf person before in their lives, ever. When I meet them, they are surprised to find out that I am deaf. I have seen many students that have hearing aids, cochlear implants, maybe no technology, students who don't use any sign at all, some students who speak, some students who have language, some who don't, students who are academically delayed, students who are academically on par. We have seen it all. And so we have deaf language mentors to work with those students, and schools are desperate for this service. We have been contacted by many schools requesting this support for students. So currently we have 4 deaf adults serving as language mentors, and we are also searching for more because we have a waiting list of schools that have requested this service for students. Currently, we have 7 students that are actually receiving regular mentoring through Zoom or face-to-face for 7 students, and we have a waiting list of 12 students. We're working on scheduling for them. Most of the mentoring is for elementary age students. So it's interesting that high school, remember the largest percentage of assessments that we are giving are for high school students, 56%. And so many kids go through their elementary and middle school years, and schools figure out that they need assessments on those students in middle school or high school, and that's where they find the gaps, the lack of accommodations. That's where they find that information. So a lot of teachers know that this really starts in elementary. You have to start with that early language exposure in order to allow them to succeed in high school. We now have a large number of students in elementary who are receiving this language mentoring service. Next slide, please. These are a couple of flyers that we share with school districts about our programs. We do host an educational interpreter conference every year in the summer for the state of Iowa. We get a good number of people attending. We always have deaf presenters. They are experts in research of different areas, and they share their research and their data with our interpreters. We do also have 5 amazing staff interpreters here at ISD. They interpret in classrooms here on campus. Some students come to ISD and they do not know any ASL. They rely on spoken English. And so we provide interpreters to interpret for them from ASL into spoken English because we want to make sure that all of our students have full access to language and their education. Next slide, please. We have another individual who is seated in front of you. This is our ASL instructor. He teaches ASL classes for staff here at ISD. So we have ASL classes for our staff because we require all of our staff to be able to sign so that deaf children have access to everything and everyone in their environment. Brent teaches several levels of classes, not just for ISD staff, but also classes for teachers around the state. He also will be hosting monthly workshops for teachers of the deaf around the state. The last of our programs is the Literacy Resources Program. This is a very cool program. ASL does not have a writing system. So literacy is through video. So if you think of a book, that's English literacy, video is ASL literacy. And there are many teachers around the state who don't know how to sign or aren't able to translate content from books into academic ASL. And so they request books and we provide translations of those books, video translations. We have a studio here on campus. It is small, but we will soon be moving to a new building with a bigger and better studio. We have a variety of deaf American Sign Language signers and 2 deaf videographers that are involved in producing our books. Both Fletch and Eric do editing. The whole team is deaf because we want to make sure that we have deaf eyes on these projects because these videos are for deaf children, and we want to make sure that the visuals are optimized for their learning. The videos are posted on the Outreach Department YouTube page, and we currently have 47 children's books that have been translated. Teachers love this resource, and we again have a waiting list of books for translation. We are thrilled about Lead K. You already know that House File 604, you know the saga of House File 604 finally being passed. And we want to thank you all for your support. Mary Braun has been very involved. Danny Carroll, the grandfather of a deaf child, and Mary worked together, and we all came together around this bill to support it, to get it passed. And this is a huge win for us. This helps spread awareness about the need for language access. It helps educators understand why it's so critical to assess deaf student fluency in ASL and English. Assessments find the areas of need, and then we are able to provide supports to fill those. We don't want to wait until high school. We want to start now. No, go back, please. This picture with Governor Kim Reynolds was with our ISD students at the bill signing. So on the left in the corner, you see one of our ISD students, and I want to tell you just a brief story about this photo. The students were very fascinated by the chair where Governor Reynolds sits. And this one girl in particular was staring at it. And I explained to her why we were there, what the governor was going to be doing, but she kept looking at that chair. When the governor signed the bill, she got up and walked away, and the students were still staring at the chair. And Governor Reynolds asked her if she wanted to sit in the chair. And she did. And she felt like, wow, the governor thinks I'm important. And one of the students said, well, maybe one day I'll become the governor of Iowa. So it was a wonderful experience for them to be able to go to the Capitol and see that, especially after this process of House File 604 going through the legislative process and finally reaching the governor's desk for signature. Next slide, please. So this quote, "Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much." This quote sticks in my mind. Stacy, would you mind stopping the video? Thank you. This quote is something I have carried with me my entire career. And I hope that it will stick with you as well, because our individual efforts are not as powerful as our collective efforts. We want the 3,100 deaf and hard of hearing students in the state to have resources. We want their families to know how to support them and what to do. And that is why ISD is here in the state of Iowa. I am here for questions.
Regent Lindenbaum.
You mentioned that there were 7 vacancies for sign language interpreters. Is that statewide? That seems like a low number.
Yes, so that's for the state of Iowa, that there are 7 vacancies, and that number is a lot to us. We still have many students out there who don't have services, and so that number is going to increase. We predict that number will increase as students, interpreters retire, and we also have the 11 that are contracted through interpreting agencies to provide services. And we're hoping to reduce that number to 0, but 7 is a lot. And there are also 12 of those interpreters who are involved in Dr. Cates' program who have not yet received a license to interpret.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to recognize Amy Cleese, who will introduce the trainers.
Thank you, President Richards. I'd like to introduce Jacob Cummings and Carl Wells, who will be providing annual harassment and discrimination prevention training for the board and board office staff. Carl is the Iowa State University Director of Equal Opportunity and Title IX Coordinator, and Jacob is the Associate Director and Title IX Coordinator. They are joining us via Zoom, so go ahead.
Good morning. Just want to make sure you're hearing me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As you've heard, my name is Carl Wells, and I am the Director of Equal Opportunity and Title IX Coordinator at Iowa State University. I've been here as of May. Next slide, Jacob, or the next couple of slides. And the next slide. I'm going to simply put the conversation of harassment and discrimination in a nationwide context, very briefly talk about some of the trends we're seeing around these issues, and Jacob will do the majority of the training. Each year, the EEOC provides a summary of the types of complaints that they're receiving each year. They're categorized, and they also give the percentage of each category. If you'll make those happen now, Jacob. And what you will see is retaliation has become the leading claim nationwide. And then discrimination. Now, in past years, race and sex were the leading categories, but now we find that retaliation and disability are the leading types of complaints received by the EEOC. Next slide, Jacob. And you will now see from this slide the past few years. The past few years, the growth of claims of retaliation has been very significant. Next slide. Now, to put retaliation in context, there are three main pieces that must be in place for a retaliation claim to be substantiated. And that is, number one, the person has engaged in a protected class activity, including things such as complaining about discrimination, threatening to complain about discrimination, participating in an investigation of discrimination as a complainant, the respondent or witnesses, or even someone who reports the matter, refusing to obey an order reasonably believed to be discriminatory or illegal. If you go to the next slide. Resisting harassing behavior, intervening to protect others from harassing behavior, requesting accommodations for a disability or religious belief, complaining that pay practices are discriminatory. And given number 8, I will tell you what we see coming out of Washington these days. If anyone's going to be audited, it's going to be about pay equity more than anything else. There's a big emphasis on pay equity coming out of Washington. The second thing is, so as a result of my participating in a protected class activity, I am now alleging that I've suffered some adverse action. And lastly, there's a connection between number 1 and 2. And that is, the adverse action is because I participated in the protected class activity. It is much easier to prove retaliation than any other claim, and I'll tell you why. Many of the other claims boils down to word against word or other kinds of ways of trying to prove it. But with retaliation, there's always a paper trail. Someone says, I was not promoted because of my participation in the protected class activity. Well, we can pull the hiring records to see if they are consistent, fair, and equitable. Someone says then that my pay, I suffered pay inequity, or I didn't get the raises that someone else got because I participated in the protected class activity. And so in some ways, it's easier to prove retaliation than the other claims. Next slide, if you will. And here I just provided you the areas that the EEOC has targeted for education over the past few years. And it says something about the concerns around these issues and the percentages of the percentage that we see of these claims coming forward. Again, you see disability. Accommodating pregnancy is a major claim or a major area of focus coming out of Washington. LGBTQIA, employment relationships, so forth and so on. And notice again the emphasis on equal pay are all areas that the EEOC has targeted for education. Next slide, if you will. And if you'll put all there, there's only one after the word however. Now, I want to talk some then about finances and percentages. Notice, if you will, in the year 2020, workplace charges filed with the EEOC totaled 67,448. That was a major drop from the previous year, and we would imagine because of COVID and the remote working relationships. So there was a drop from 2019 to 20 of 7%. But notice, if you will, the work participation dropped by as much as 10 to 15%. So whereas we see the participation in the workplace dropping, but the claims are fewer, but as you will see in a minute, there are more claims. There were fewer claims processed, but the dollar amount recovered from those were greater. Next slide, if you will. So just to put this in financial sense, there was recovery of $106 million for claims of discrimination and harassment through the EEOC in the fiscal year 2020. That exceeded the total litigation recovery in 2018 and 2019 combined. The previous 10-year average was $53 million per year. So the $106 million was the largest amount recovered by the EEOC since 2004. And if we go back to the numbers, so there were fewer claims processed, but larger rewards for those claims being found valid. Next slide, if you will. And again, the claims of interest from the EEOC, retaliation, discrimination, genetic information, all of those things have increased, but if you see race, color, sex, religion, national origin, and discrimination in general, those things remain constant over the past several years. Next slide. Now I want to finally say, so what? What does all of this mean? And how is this related to what we're trying to do and present, or the message we're delivering today? First of all, we must know that and realize that the issue is beyond just sexual harassment training. For many years, we've emphasized sexual harassment. As we see, the issues are changing. Training beyond sexual harassment is needed. Don't forget about age discrimination. That is one of the areas of discrimination that's not talked about enough. Remember the importance of informal resolution. Even here at Iowa State, we are emphasizing the importance of informal resolution. When someone says, I've experienced discrimination or harassment, more than not, they want the behavior to go away. So if there are informal ways of resolving issues at the lower level, it's in everybody's best interest. And lastly, retaliation needs more attention, and it must come to the forefront how easy it is to, or it's easier to defend a claim of retaliation, so we must focus on that more. And now I will give you to call for Jacob to do the meat of this training. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carl. Just by nodding the head, can you hear me okay? Thank you. If you could advance to the next slide, please. So we've been asked to do this training in the past, and we're grateful to have the opportunity to do it again. In the past, I know that we have talked about the federal laws and regulations as they relate to discrimination and harassment, but I made the choice to focus more upon the actual Board of Regents employee handbook, knowing that those policies are rooted in federal and state law. But I wanted to give you something that is more practical for you to use should you find yourself in an undesirable situation. Because in my experience in dealing with discrimination and harassment, they happen infrequent enough to be surprising for people that it could be alarming and they don't know exactly what to do, and you could feel a little sense of panic setting in. So this is designed to give you a little bit more of a resource so that you can be calm in the situation and addressing these, because it's like lightning striking. So I'm going to be referring directly to your Board of Regents policies, and we're going to review those policies. In those policies are definitions that will allow us to identify harassing or discriminating behavior. And so that's important for you to know, because if you're identifying what the behavior is, then you know what to do next based on what your policy says. And then what I wanted to do is provide you with some best responses that we have come up here, that we apply here in our office in dealing with difficult situations. Because at the end of the day, someone has been impacted in a way severely enough that someone has come forward to tell you about it. And so it can be a delicate situation, and often how we respond, the people who are hearing the information first, make a huge difference in how these things tend to unfold. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about the significance of reporting promptly, and you have some requirements as a supervisor. You have certain requirements as employees to report in an appropriate and timely manner. And then just a quick reference to resources for everybody. But this is information, you know, when I give these trainings at Iowa State, I let people know this is sort of like we're talking about the dictionary. It's not something that you do some free reading on, but it's more of a resource. So it's important for you to identify what information is where, so that if you have questions about it, you know where to look first. And then if you have further questions, then you contact your appropriate HR professionals or whoever might be doing your legal work in the office. Next slide, please. And I think there's a few more bullets you can advance those. Thank you. So first, I looked to policy number 8, which talks about employee conduct, and specifically policy 8.1 that deals with office conduct and decorum, because there was language in there that addressed harassment, which was designated as a prohibited form of discrimination and includes threats, physical contact or violence, pranks, jokes, bullying, epithets, derogatory comments, vandalism, verbal, graphic, or written conduct directed at an individual or group of individuals such that it created a hostile environment. It can be severe or pervasive and objectionably offensive to substantially interfere with someone's work. And that objectionably offensive standard is when we're looking at someone who would objectively be outside the situation, who might view this situation from the objective perspective to deem it so severe, pervasive, and substantially interfering. The thing that I like to let people know is when complaints or reports of discrimination or harassment come in, and they're like, I'm not sure, Jake, is this severe, pervasive? Is it this or is it that? My advice is don't necessarily make yourself the content expert on that. Just report it and let the people who do the work make that determination. So if you're hearing things that involve threats, physical jokes, contact, violence, etc., and you're hearing things that, you know, someone saying that they don't want to come to work because they're upset, I think you have enough there to make the report, and then let the individuals who are the experts decide, you know, how to handle it from there. Next slide, please. Policy 12. So we talked about policy 8, and now we're talking about policy 12, diversity. Talks about a prohibition of discrimination or harassment based on protected status, and goes into the procedure. So we have, you know, some very clear-cut guidelines about how we approach these situations, who's supposed to report and how. But any person adversely affected should notify a supervisor or executive director, and I put should in italics. And so this is interesting because it's talking about the person who's being impacted. They do not have a strict requirement that they must report, but they should. And it makes sense if you deal with matters of discrimination and harassment, because usually there's a power dynamic happening where somebody has had something taken away from them, however that may be. And so we often encourage people to report, but not require them to report behavior that's happening to them directly, because you don't want to further take power away from them in terms of determining how they want to proceed. So just keep in mind that if you are being impacted personally or if someone's being impacted personally, the rule is that they should, but they are not required to if it's happening to them directly. And then there's the requirement that it shall be promptly investigated to the extent necessary to assess a violation. I think that's good to emphasize, to reassure people that the process is supposed to move expediently so that we're addressing situations in a way that is best to address what is happening. Next slide, please. We also have policy 13, which talks about sexual harassment, harassment on the basis of sex. And there's some strict definitions in the policy. If you could advance the slide, thank you. So there's two, there's hostile work environment and quid pro quo. So a hostile work environment includes unwelcome speech or conduct directed at someone because of their sex. And on the next slide, we'll advance in a moment, not just yet. I'll have a little example of what that is. But I think it's pretty easy to conceptualize that if someone's being engaged in a way that they don't like on the basis of sex, that it might create the environment where they don't want to be at work, is hostile work environment. And quid pro quo is Latin, which means this for that, which means there's an exchange or an offer for an exchange. So in this case, as defined under policy 13.2, an employment benefit is conditioned upon participation in some form of sexual behavior, and that's based on our Iowa code. Next slide, please. So examples of hostile work environment, an employee repeatedly makes lewd comments and jokes to another at the beginning of the meetings, and that person tells them they don't want to hear it, please stop. But the other employee persists, causing the other employee who's the recipient of the behavior to call in sick. So they're kind of avoiding the individual in situations. So that would be a textbook example of a hostile work environment. So if that's happening to you or individuals happening to them, they should report it. There's a quid pro quo, this for that. So that's simply if the supervisor tells someone they won't get a raise unless they agree to whatever they put out there. You want to go on a date with me or hang out with me or something along those lines. At Iowa State, we also talk about I don't know if it's technically the inverse of withholding. It's not in your policy as written, but there's also the withholding of a benefit. So punishment if someone doesn't comply. That's something to keep in the back of your mind too. So if you as a supervisor are hearing about it, you want to report it and then let those individuals who are the experts at making these determinations decide how to proceed appropriately. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have a scenario, and I'm just going to read over it and then talk about it as we advance the slide. But you are a supervisor, and one of your employees lets you know that their colleague touched them on their shoulders and gave them a squeeze on their shoulders that lasted a little too long, which made them uncomfortable. This was the first time that it happened as they reported to you. That same person returned next week reporting that the same individual who had squeezed their shoulders had now asked them out on a date a few times and wouldn't take no for an answer. And they're saying that this behavior is creeping them out. Yet another week passes and your employee says that same person is now rubbing their shoulders at least once a day, trying to call them on their cell phone after hours. They block the number, but they know when the other person's called. And now they're feeling anxious and uncomfortable and are starting to get worried, deeply so, that they're constantly being bothered such that they agreed to acquiesce. So that employee tells you that they agreed to go out for drinks because the other person said they would stop. And then the other person then hit him on the buttocks and said, I knew you would come around. So this is kind of an aggregate of awful scenarios, but each one of these I did not make up. I've come across each one of these tidbits in my experience. So the unfortunate reality is it does and can happen. So what do we do here? This is scenarios assuming that, the supervisor's getting reports, not doing anything, continuing to get reports. And I sort of liken this behavior for those of us who are parents or who have worked with young children, that oftentimes we know the behavior of testing the limits, which is not unusual with bad actors in cases like this, where they might try something to see what they can get away with, and then if allowed to continue, the behavior sort of escalates. That's not uncommon. So what is it that we do as supervisors when this sort of scenario unfolds, or any parts of the scenario unfold and come to our attention? Next slide, please. Thank you. So the important thing to do is, when someone is making a report, is to understand the fact that they have become so troubled that they felt it necessary to tell someone else, and not only that other person being someone else, but their supervisor. So it's important to them. They've been impacted in such a way that it is deeply important that they have to bring it to the attention of their supervisor. And so we as supervisors must listen and be supportive. And that's tricky because at the same time, you have somebody making the allegation on one hand, And then you have an individual who's responding to an allegation on the other. And us, we are in the middle. And so it's important for us to be impartial, fair, neutral as possible. And so that can be tricky because we want to listen to what people have to say. And we want to be supportive to say, yes, we want to hear what you tell us and we want to receive that information because we're gathering that information as the first step to then let other people know to begin the process. We want to be supportive, but we don't want to take sides, right? We don't want to take sides in this because there's always two sides to the story. Actually, there's three. There's one side, the other side, and somewhere in between the truth, if you've heard that old saying. But it typically holds true. So we don't want to rush to judgment. We don't want to use language that is, judging or condescending or off-putting, but just trying to be as neutral as possible, to be active and listening as possible, and letting people know that we're going to follow our process. It's important to know that the individual may be withholding information, especially if the individual who is impacted is making the report to you, may not be giving you all the details. So we may not know all that is happening, especially at the onset. There's always more information out there to be gathered. So we're just doing our best to listen to them and get down what they're telling us so that we can report it. Withhold judgment or any indication of conclusion, that's going to shut someone down right away. If you start asking questions about, well, why didn't you do this? Or what did you do to cause that? Those types of things is a potential route for disaster in terms of working with an impacted individual. So we want to do our very best to withhold judgment or indication of conclusion, and then simply follow procedures in reporting. And as supervisors, we are required to, under the Board of Regents policy, you are required to, as a supervisor, to report, and letting people know that you have to make that report. Next slide, please. So, an important thing about reporting as a supervisor, you are required, you must report, and you need to let individuals know that you must report. So if an impacted party is coming to you to say something has happened to them, it's important to let them know early on that you have to make that report so that they can decide. Remember, if it's the individual who's been impacted, who's reporting the behavior that's happening to them, remember, they should report, they don't have to report. And so if it's about something that involves harassment or discrimination, at the earliest possible indication of the conversation heading that direction, as soon as you know that that person is going to start talking to you about discrimination or harassment where you as a supervisor are required to report, you should let them know that you must report this and let them decide how to proceed. And that's very important because you don't want to take the choice away from them. Again, relating back to what I said earlier, something bad has happened to somebody that's out of their control such that they've come to you to talk about it. We don't want to further take control out of their hands by forcing them into a situation that they weren't anticipating. So it's very important to let them know, hey, I want to hear what you have to say. We're going to treat this extremely seriously. We're going to report it, but you should know I am required to report, and then allow them to proceed under their own choice. Let the appropriate people investigate. This is kind of tricky because as a supervisor or a person of first impression where this report's being made, you want to gather the base information, but at the same time, you don't want to go out and start investigating, talking to individuals who are involved or say, tell me about this or what happened. You want to follow your process, which is make the reports to the appropriate individuals, HR professionals or whoever's doing your legal work, and let them do that work. You can support them in however they ask you to, but let them do that digging and investigating. Offer support options or resources that you offer if you have. Make sure to let people know, if there's something that we can do to help support go through this process to explore those options. Here at Iowa State, we call those interim and supportive measures. It is just a determination on what the person is asking for and what they need and what we can do reasonably so under the circumstances. Without knowing more about your processes, I can't talk to that. But I mean, again, if you have questions, talk to your HR professionals and they should be able to collaborate with you on that. The last 2 points are critical to communicate to individuals who are reporting. The expectation of privacy. So this is sensitive information that, again, cuts both ways. It involves somebody who's been impacted. It involves somebody where there's allegations levied against them. And so we want to make sure that people know that there's this expectation that we are not going around talking about this. You yourself as a supervisor and the organization are only speaking to entities or individuals on a need-to-know basis. but it's important to have that expectation of individuals as well to say, you can expect us to hold this private. We need to talk to people as needed, but otherwise we are not talking about this to help give them confidence in the process. But then we're also communicating to other people who are involved in the process that we have the same expectation of you, that you're to keep this private. And that's important for people to be reminded of as they engage in the process. And another thing to remind people of is about the policy on confidentiality and retaliation. So I'll talk about those in a few more slides, but we're keeping things confidential and that individuals are protected for retaliation, which helps give them the confidence to bring forth the claims and then know that if something is happening where they're being treated differently in connection with that claim, that they should let the appropriate individual know, if it's a supervisor, HR professional, or investigator, whoever, so that can be addressed separately. What I tell people is, because I often get the question of, Jake, is this policy going to protect me as far as retaliation in the moment? And my response often is, no rule, law, regulation, policy protects anybody in the moment, right? It's sort of relies on the action and then comes in after the fact, or it's a deterrent. So that's not how it works, but it's the truth. But then I always reiterate the importance of knowing about it, that it exists there for people's protection, and that if they're experiencing it, to report it right away so that we can address it as a separate but equally serious matter. So know that those things exist and let people know about them, which helps ease their minds a little bit in this process. Next slide, please. The importance of reporting. So essentially, there's these requirement elements under 13.3 A and B. Again, each employee is strongly encouraged to immediately report. I categorize that as a may element. So they're encouraged to do so. They may do so. They aren't strictly required to do so. However, under 13.3D, any managerial staff failing to act upon a complaint will be subject to disciplinary action. Pretty strong stuff. I call that a must. So again, we've talked about this supervisor, manager, staff member, and managerial staff member must report this or are subject to disciplinary action. Next slide, please. I like to call this the human element because this isn't necessarily in your policy, but it tends to be true nonetheless, the human element. And so if we're reporting in a timely fashion, then we are taking the steps to address the behavior in a timely fashion. Because my experience in doing this work for a number of years is an unaddressed problem only gets worse over time. And it's best to address the problems as soon as they come to light, because people tend to get further and further and further apart as time goes on. And it becomes harder and harder to bring them back together as time goes on and they grow further apart. So unaddressed matters always get worse over time. It's best to get to them right away. The importance of reporting timely ensures that the people who are impacted can get the information to make an appropriate choice for them. Sometimes people say, thanks, but no thanks, I'm good. This has happened to me, but I'm just going to kind of figure it out. That's their choice. Some people take other steps to resolve informally, as Carl mentioned, and sometimes people want an investigation. But let that be their choice, and they can make an informed choice if the situation is addressed early on, and we're talking about it and letting them know what their options are. And then, of course, it allows the institution to respond appropriately. Next slide, please. Here is the non-retaliation policy in 13.3E and 13.7. Managerial staff are subject to disciplinary action for retaliating in connection with these complaints. And then the general prohibition, any form of retaliation is strictly prohibited. No employee will be retaliated against for initiating an inquiry or a complaint in good faith. So this is good to remember. So if you look back, if somebody's asking you about it, it's right here in 13.7. Yes, we have a policy on retaliation. It's prohibited. If you think it's happening to you in connection with your complaint made in good faith, let us know immediately. Next slide, please. Again, confidentiality. This is in 13.5, the investigation procedure that is maintained throughout the process. Information is disclosed only with a legitimate need to know. People who are interviewed are directed not to discuss. I would even say that's the expectation. And failure to comply could result in disciplinary action. So it's all right there with regards to confidentiality. Next slide, please. These are just some resources because this policy is based on federal and state law. So there's other information at the ICRC, Iowa Civil Rights Commission, as well as the EEOC. And then I listed our university offices. If you have questions, please feel free to give us a call. We're always happy to help out whenever we can. Next slide. Feel free to give us a call or contact us. There's many ways to get hold of us. I just wanted to say thank you for your time. We are at 30 minutes by my count, but we wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions if there were any.
Thank you, Jacob. Are there any questions? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Sarah, we're right on time. Shocking. We're going to have a break for lunch, and we do have to decide how long we want to break. It's an hour. Do you want to?
Sure. Can
Yeah.
we bring
Can we? How's our lunch arranged? Is it like
it's a box lunch.
Box lunch? So we could bring our box lunch back here. And so let's try to get back here in 20 minutes.
Amy, are we ready to go with everybody for closed session? Okay. So.
Yeah, we have to.
Start eating. When everybody's here, we'll start closed session.
Yep.
You should go into closed session.
So let's say 15 or 20 minutes, get back here with your lunch, or you've eaten, and then we'll start. Thank you. The board has necessity to meet in closed session for the following reasons. In accordance with Iowa Code Sections 21.5.1.a, to review and discuss records of the matter of an employee appeal which are required or authorized to be kept confidential in accordance with Iowa Code Section 22.7.11, and B, in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.c, to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. And C, Iowa Code Section 21.17.3, to discuss collective bargaining strategy with counsel. At the conclusion of the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion to be in closed session?
I so move. I second.
Regent Bates motioned and Regent Dunkel second. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Lindermeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. We will now go through the process of going We're back in open session. In the matter of the appeal of employee A, a motion and a second are required to deny the appeal and affirm the final university decision in its entirety. Is there a motion and a second?
So move.
Regent Butker moves.
Second.
Regent Bates seconds. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Crow is absent. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel is absent. Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Yes. Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, this meeting of the Board of Regents is adjourned.